Got it down. Almost 3,500 views on that same meeting from YouTube. On an April 13th, there's 4,200 views. People are watching you and they are angry. And that is how, in the middle of a global pandemic, in 30 days, we collected over 900 signatures, 768 for Hunter Law, and 786 were certified valid signatures. That's a big deal. You just barely made it. This would have gone on the ballot. So I really want you guys to take some time, do some soul searching, and think about this, because TJ and Mike, you will not win re-election. The numbers are pretty staggering. Mike, you had 2,353 votes when you won in 2017. We have 786 voters who said they want to recall you. That's 33%, that's 1/3. That means you will lose next time if those voters continue to not support you. TJ, 768 voters said they want to recall you. 27%. If we do the math, you won't win re-election either. So what we're saying is that you all need to make a significant change. You need to turn this ship around. You will lose your re-elections if there's not a significant change, and I'm putting you all on notice right now. We will have 90 days the next time to collect signatures, and we will launch another recall campaign. So this is serious. Kathy, I think you should know you're the one that people want to recall most. I had a neighbor who said, please come back when you recall Grossman. That's a big deal too. There's an informal survey on Facebook. You are by 25% farther ahead than anyone else on the council. That is a significant criticism on you and on your leadership. For the sake of argument, if we got approximately the same amount of signatures for you and for Tony, that's 25% disapproval rating right now. Your numbers, if we were to subtract 786 from your votes and your votes, you would have come in 4th and 5th. That's a big loss. So what you should be asking is not, how do we rewrite the rules for recall Kathy Grossman? It is, what do we do to fix this? It is, where did we go wrong? And how do we make this better? Because your constituents are not happy. This is what we want. TJ, you really should not be in this position right now. Your financial house is not in order. The state of Ohio sued you twice in 2019 on top of all the other ones for unpaid taxes. You really need to step down. All 7 of you need to collaborate. There should be none of this, I need to be able to take credit for the idea, so your idea is bad garbage. We are in the middle of the biggest crisis we've seen in the last 100 years, and you all are fighting. That's what people are angry about. You couldn't set aside your personal ambitions to serve our community and to help our small businesses. That is unacceptable. Listen to your voters. We have been speaking. We have used every mechanism that is available to us. Calling into meetings, sending emails, commenting, car parades, and now a recall petition campaign. If you don't hear it now, I don't really know how to help anymore. So we are all going to continue to watch, and we expect to see improvement, significant improvement, or you can expect another recall campaign for the next election. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Bennett is giving us a copy of the slides. Thank you. That's very helpful. Could I ask a couple of follow-up questions if you have a moment? You want us to change, and I'm hearing that, and I'm hearing your anger. And of course, I've seen some of these things on social media, the survey. And you've said that the issues are not setting aside personal ambitions, serving your city and constituents. I'm having a hard time understanding what specifically we did not do in the time since March to today that was not in service to our constituents. You mentioned a letter or a petition that 500 and some people signed related to the Pay It Forward program. Is there anything else?
We don't have time to go over every single thing, but I have written it out with links to related clips from your meetings.
Yes.
I would be happy to send that to you.
Well, I've seen some of that, and I actually have some material to share with you all, but I thought I would wait for old and new business relative to the April 3rd meeting, the 6-minute meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I have an analysis of that to share with you, and I also have some information regarding the December 1st organizational meeting, which came up in July, and I have seen that on your People Over Politics page.
People Over Politics Ohio, yes.
Okay, and that's your page?
That's not my page, but I am part of that following.
Okay, can you tell us whose page it is?
No.
All right.
I'm curious how you can analyze a 6-minute meeting.
Would you like for me to go over it now?
That's all right. I guess if you want to hear specifically, what I can't read your mind, so I don't know why. All I can do is watch, and I've watched these meetings.
According to this, you've been reading my mind.
No, I've not.
Okay.
This is something you like to do, though. You like to put words in people's mouths.
You said I hadn't set aside.
So I've watched these meetings. I've watched many of them over and over to really try to understand what's happening. And what I see is one person presenting an idea, and for reasons that end up being contradicted later in other discussions, it gets shot down or tabled, in fact. But I don't see consistency. Like, that's what we're looking for, I think, is like, if you do have an issue with something, for example, if you are not convinced that gift cards are a good way to support small businesses when it's presented by one person, but then you actually go back and say, we're going to do a gift card program later, that's the thing that doesn't make sense. Like, things don't, it looks like it matters who makes the suggestion, whose idea was it? And if it was from the 4 of you who have the 4 majority votes, those ideas get considered. They don't get critiqued in the same way that ideas from the 3 who are in the minority get critiqued. So, there was a lot of consideration over the proposal for the Pay It Forward program. And that is a good thing. But when you presented your $1.5 million proposal, you had nothing at first. And the rigor that we saw with the first proposal, you did not apply to this next one until people said, hey, wait a minute, that's a lot of money. Maybe you should tell us a little bit more about it. So that is what we're seeing. It looks like factions, and it looks like it's not about the idea, and it's not about what's the best. It's about whose idea was it and who gets credit for it. And that doesn't serve us. That doesn't serve our community. It doesn't serve our small businesses, and it doesn't reflect what the community has been asking you to do. So there's been an overwhelming message from the public saying, we want you to consider this idea. We want you to think beyond service or businesses that serve directly to consumers, but also look at all of our small businesses. We have business to business companies as well, and a gift card doesn't help them. So it's maybe not a specific thing, but it's this pattern over the last several months where it doesn't appear as though you're really looking at the ideas and you're really trying to help. It looks like it's about who can get the credit for it. Does that help?
It does. And if you don't mind me responding, I'm hearing you say that you were dissatisfied with the decision not to go with the Pay It Forward program with the CDC. But however, we adopted different legislation through our CIC, and we managed that through our city. And I presented the proposal on April 1st and made that clear, but we needed some time. And we said that repeatedly, that we needed some time to develop the details. But we came up with Ordinance 46, I believe, to show in good faith that we were really working through that. And we took a lot of that initial proposal from Ordinance 43 in its original form and applied a lot of that to a city-run program. And we heard the voice of our chamber members, our CDC members, who came and spent a considerable amount of time with us, hours really dialoguing. We had at least 6 hours of dialogue, I think, before we tabled Ordinance 43 originally. So I thought we were very fair in listening and adapting because some of us weren't comfortable contributing a grant of that magnitude to a private organization to distribute the way they had proposed.
Can
But
I
that
ask
didn't
two
mean that we
things real
didn't
quick, though?
listen. Okay, one sec. That didn't mean we weren't listening and weren't trying to adapt. And that didn't mean that we were ever debating the value of small business. And here are some other things I remember from that time. If we go back to that time, I remember seeing and hearing threats of a recall during that time. And sure enough, when we were able to get through that experience, the recall was followed through on. And I can tell you how I felt during that time as I was trying to listen and learn and discern, that it felt a lot like coercion. And it feels a lot like
But
retaliation.
you're elected by us to do what we
But
want you to do.
when a minority group gives us feedback and gives us guidance, we hear that and we respond to that. And I thought we developed legislation that all of council should be proud of, and it did pass unanimously. So ultimately, we came up with something, and I understand that you disagree.
Two things.
I understand that you disagree, but we can't always do exactly what a group of people comes in and says you must do. And so we did something like it, but we did it in a way that we felt was a better use of public funds in that moment that we were in, and we navigated the best we could. And so I'll let you respond at this point. You had something.
All right. You said that you had 6 hours-ish. There were long meetings. I
Yes.
watched every one of them. There were a good 3 hours at least. Maybe there was one entire meeting where the members of the CDC were on the meeting, never spoke a word. That's not dialogue. The second thing is that I have watched many of these council meetings now. I've seen a lot of the legislation that you've put through. And I really like when you all as a council partner with organizations. So you have these service agreements that you use to provide funding to offer services. I don't see how it's different to have a service agreement with the CDC or a service agreement with Warren County ARC or anything like that. Like, you do that and you don't expect the money back. It is a service. It is we are allocating this money for this thing and we're authorizing you to run it. And so I guess I don't see how that's consistent. I'm also aware there may be other people who want to speak, so I don't want to continue to take more time. But I do want you guys to hear that we all watched the same meetings, and the significant number of people were very unhappy with what they saw.
Yeah.
We saw this.
We felt it.
We agreed that it's not okay. And I would really like to challenge you, Kathy, to learn how to apologize in a way that where you say, I was wrong, instead of making excuses. Thank you.
Okay, on the charitable giving or service agreements, we have a longstanding policy of capping that at $8,000 per contract, and we typically set a budget between $50,000 and $60,000 a year annually. Finance Committee comes up with that, and we adopt that budget. So this was very different. And I will come back to the 6-minute meeting later. I transcribed the meeting on a rainy day a couple of weeks ago, and because that had come up at our July meeting, and it was a little over 6 minutes. And for the first 4 or so, things went pretty well. In the last 2 minutes, or three and something, the last 2 minutes and 49 seconds, we had 63 rules violations made by 2 members. And that was it. And so we'll talk about that a little bit more later. Okay, do we have any more visitors from the audience? Thank you. Please come on up and state your name and address.
My name is Nicole Hackey. I'm from 3620 Dunlop Court in Mason. I wrote what I needed to say because I'm not a public speaker, and hopefully I don't get too emotional over it all. I'm a resident of Mason. I'm a Mason business owner, and I'm a mom to Mason graduates, and mostly in this instance, I'm a Mason voter. I've been watching at first with disbelief and anger, and now mostly sadness at what has happened over the past few months. Like many others in the community, I'm guilty of not paying enough attention to how our city council has conducted business in the past. Over the years, I've been aware of a few of the issues that have arisen, and I've done my research when there was a vote, but otherwise I've stood back and trusted that for the most part, the best interests of Mason were being considered and acted upon when feasible. Mayor, you have mentioned several times that you have pushed for more transparency, and I totally agree. The Zoom meetings allowed for that transparency, and the residents of Masons did not like what they saw. I think there is a misconception that the residents are just angry that Councillor Stricula's initial plan was not implemented. This is not true. Instead of taking that idea and working to make a few changes with dialogue and input from all of council to see if it could work, it was shot down with the promise of a better plan, of which we would have to wait and see. Now, a better plan is always a great idea, but here is the problem with that idea at that time. The small businesses of this country were told to shut down. Not only were they unable to make a single dime, they were left with kitchens full of food about to spoil, stores full of inventory that had suppliers waiting to be paid, an untold amount of employees told, sorry, we cannot pay you. These are businesses who will never make that revenue back. They have missed supplying flowers and gifts for a prom. They will never happen, or a wedding reduced or cancelled. There are salons and dry cleaners that will never recover the revenue lost in that later sale. That money is gone forever. They are the people who put their lives into owning their own business and have the possibility of losing it all through no fault of their own. We see the press releases that celebrate another big company setting up in Mason. They most certainly are important, but the small businesses count too. And this was the chance to show that. The residents supported helping the businesses through an overwhelming petition, but instead ideas were shot down, insults and accusations were thrown, and nothing happened. Yes, there was a gift card plan eventually, although I'm still not clear on how that helped anyone. Imagine what a cash grant with no strings attached could have done. It wouldn't have saved them completely, but it could have paid the rent for a couple of months, helped pay those suppliers, and keep the lights on while the country navigated this pandemic and other assistance was put into place. Most of all, it would have told the small businesses that they do count, that they are important, but it was too little and too late. But as I said, it's not just about that proposal that the people of Mason are upset over. We watched those Zoom meetings. We saw the dysfunction of the group that were voted in to represent us, and that is all of us, whether we voted for you or not. We heard the insults from insensitive comments to a suggestion to business owners they should have their own emergency fund ready for a pandemic, and accusations to the May Chamber, an organization that works hard to support small businesses. We heard residents that spoke up belittled, misquoted, and dismissed. We saw the shutting down of meetings rather than letting all members of council speak or ask questions before a complex issue. We saw prepared speeches, which I'm fine with, as long as they are, after all, the voices have been heard. And now we have heard many closing arguments telling us what we are supposed to believe, despite what we have heard and seen with our own eyes and ears. I do wish members of the council would believe what they hear and see also. There's been many social media posts these past few months and many emails to council. From what I've seen, they are overwhelmingly from dissatisfied residents. Even a post on your own page, Mayor Grossman, when you explain to us all what you've done, has almost 100 comments, and I only see 2 to 3 people that see things the way you do. That should tell you something. So where are we now? We are not much further along. The dysfunction continues. The small businesses are still hurting and afraid for their future and whether they will make it. The difference, I guess, is we are still watching. I know I am. I am watching and educating myself on who you all are and what happens going forward. I see that already there is an attempt to shut down the voice of Mason residents who have said they don't like what they see. I worry for the businesses that are struggling, but also for future businesses. How will we encourage a young entrepreneur to start a business in Mason when the message is we want your taxes, but you're on your own? Those existing businesses that survive this, how do we keep them from moving elsewhere to a town that would appreciate them and taking their jobs with them? And if that happens, how will that keep residents spending in Mason when our options for a good meal out or to purchase a special gift is now to drive to another town? Our downtown area has been slow to progress in my time as a resident and can hardly look attractive to future businesses when they take a close look at this debacle. So I ask of you, what are you going to do to fix this? Will there be changes, and will you set aside your own interests and actually consider your part in all that has happened? In order to move forward as a great place to live, you have to show that you do represent the people who trusted you and put you where you are, because right now that trust level is low, which saddens me greatly. In closing, one thing I have noticed watching the meetings, that you are fond of scripture and quotes, so I will leave you with this one to consider by Winston Churchill. Criticism may not be agreeable, but it is necessary. It fulfills the same function as the pain in the human body. It calls attention to the unhealthy state of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm Sherry Taylor. I reside at 4833 Gallup Run. I am also the acting president and CEO of the Mason-Deerfield Chamber, as well as the Mason-Deerfield Chamber Community Development Corporation, which is often referenced as the MAID CDC. So I'm actually here tonight to set the record straight and rectify any lingering concerns of council, and honestly, hopefully solidify a strong sense of gratitude of the efforts that have taken place over the last couple of months with respect to Ordinance 2020-43. A few statements, and I'll just read these because I don't want to mischaracterize or misquote, but the Vice Mayor at the July 13th meeting, quotes were, "Nothing materialized. It took forever to get those funds out there. I'm disappointed that the CDC didn't get the funds out the way they said they needed to be out there. And lastly, by reason of their failure to get the money out, I think it's appropriate that we utilize the CIC." So we do not see anything that we've done as a failure. And we don't believe there's any reason for anyone to be disappointed in our efforts to actually complete the job that we mutually agreed to on May 8th. I'm actually really proud to say the funding portion of the program is complete. And at the time these comments were made, 84% of the program funds had been out to businesses for nearly 4 weeks. 100% of the businesses who applied, were eligible, and accepted the program terms received the maximum award, which equates to 44 businesses receiving $3,500 each for a total of $154,000. With that $154,000, 11,102 up to 50% off stimulus vouchers were purchased. All 11,102 of those vouchers have been delivered to the city in accordance with the service agreement requirement. And if they are all redeemed in entirety, it will generate an additional $154,000 plus in marketplace activity. Additionally, the program assisted the city with getting 5 businesses into good standing. The remaining $6,000 for program funds will be retained by the city due to the timing of the city interest to wrap up the funding portion and for us not having the time for an additional equitable opportunity for another application round. Most importantly, I think out of all of this, those are the stats, but several businesses have actually highlighted that this helped. These efforts made a huge difference to them. It helped businesses keep their doors open. It helped keep people on staff. Several have thanked us for this proactive approach, which I know a lot of people don't understand the program in entirety, but really the program was to incentivize more foot traffic and generate awareness of small businesses that maybe people in our community don't know about, as well as encourage additional spending. way better than a traditional gift card program. So we actually would define this program as a win all around and want to thank the council for the opportunity to partner on it. I think to add some clarity on the timing concerns, the service agreement was signed on May 8th. So from development to rollout to recruitment to determination of fund disbursement, it was 21 days with 9 community volunteers and the city's finance director. Most notably, we were successful with the timeline that we presented in original ordinance 2020-43, which highlighted that within 48 hours of the application closing, funds would be ready for disbursement. In less than 48 hours, the review committee reviewed the applicants, determined the funding allocations, the MAID CDC board authorized the awards, and we sent the request to the city for the funds. It wasn't until this point in the program, the point that we were ready to disperse funds, that we were met with the issue that the city had new concerns around the program language and the specifics. So we spent the next couple of weeks working through those issues, landing on the solution that's in place today, that again, we're really proud of. Within 3 days of the MAID CDC's receipt of the funds, 84% of the program funds were out, and that 84% of program funds went to 100% of the eligible businesses at the time. We demonstrated that we could swiftly and effectively move forward and follow the timeline that we originally presented at the end of March. I am only speaking for the MAID CDC when I say this, as I do not have this information for the city. All administrative time for this program was donated. All legal time required to negotiate, review, and unfortunately renegotiate the terms was donated. All marketing and communications, including the design, the hosting of the website, the vouchers, was donated. The only direct costs for this program are tied to the printing of the physical vouchers that the city required be delivered to them as outlined in your legislation. Everything else was donated by and through the MAID CDC. So again, I would not equate our efforts to a failure, disappointment, or worse, that nothing materialized. This overview should hopefully rectify any lingering concerns of council and hopefully solidify a strong sense of gratitude for those 9 volunteers who gave a lot of time, treasure, and talent to see this program through with 100% the intent to help Mason small businesses. Mayor Grossman did state at the last meeting as well, we did have opportunities to amend Ordinance 43 in its original form. While we had the opportunities, we did not collectively take them. The MAID CDC board, consisting of John Kramer, Randy Kuvan, and Scott Jones, and I attended the work session on March 30th for the purpose of working together on Original 43 at the request of this council. Mr. Kramer sought clarity at the end of the 3-hour meeting after expressing our interest in staying involved after much conversation and debate, including focusing on criteria or questions that were unclear. It was left open-ended with an interest to collaborate. And when Mr. Jones inquired if it would be helpful to have the MAID CDC present at the April 1st meeting, the mayor responded yes. All 4 of us showed up to that April 1st meeting, believing we were there to collaborate as a result of the March 30th meeting, as well as to continue to demonstrate our support of this partnership. All 4 of us were left on hold for 49 minutes while council went into executive session for the purpose of land acquisition in the midst of this economic emergency, when tensions were high and we were focused on getting help to Mason small businesses. The meeting lasted an additional 50 minutes in regular session, and while there was what we thought was supposed to be an opportunity to amend 43 in its original form, it didn't come to fruition and we were never acknowledged by the mayor. None of the now expressed concerns at the beginning of Mayor Grossman's written statement at the last council meeting regarding lack of government oversight, the specifics to the anonymous selection committee, the metrics on how funds would be distributed fairly and equitably over a 48-hour window were ever attempted to be addressed through amendment to Original 43. Instead, the vice mayor presented a hastily modified new 43 gift card program drafted only moments prior to the council meeting to be administered by the MAID CDC under a negotiated service agreement. Vice Mayor Guild made no effort whatsoever to consult with the MAID CDC as to the design of this program, nor whether the MAID CDC had any interest in administering such a program. This, coupled with the barriers hopefully outline why Vice Mayor Guild need look no further to understand why it may have taken longer than he expected for the program funds to be dispersed. Regardless, we managed to push all of this through and support 44 businesses who greatly needed our help, despite these opportunities to work together to amend the ordinance. I really didn't want to bring this one up, but because it's been brought up so many times, this is something that we felt was necessary, and that was another statement by Mayor Grossman. I don't recall anyone accusing the CDC of duplicity, although that word did come out of my mouth, and I apologized immediately and said there was a dual purpose. The original statement being, quote, "We now have established that seed money was the dual purpose there. There was one purpose to help small businesses, and that's a great purpose, but there was a duplicity to that. There was another purpose to provide seed money with public money to the CDC to control and use in perpetuity, and I am just not okay with that. We are going to have to agree to disagree that we are at an impasse with the mechanism, at least with me. There was an ulterior motive there. So for the record of everyone in this community, seed money was not the dual purpose, and it never was. We presented a proposal that wasn't a grant, and it wasn't a loan, but it was a creative and heartfelt way to develop a resiliency fund through awarding an optional opportunity for businesses who received funds through Original 43 to pay it forward to each other. And that fund would be administered by the MAID CDC. Again, there was no attempt to amend Original 43 to address the city's concerns on the oversight of that fund, including something as simple as a request to have a city representative sit on a committee that would manage disbursement of funds, an example of something we thought we could have discussed at the April 1st meeting. We firmly believe that what has been established through our actions is that everything we did from day one of 43 discussions was 100% focused on helping Mason small businesses. I will repeat, there was never any attempt nor interest in obtaining funds for the CDC that would not go directly to assist Mason small businesses now and in the future. Lastly, Mayor Grossman at the last meeting stated, I have offered reconciliation and times to meet with members of the CDC and the head of the chamber and members of the chamber board, and they have refused and they have also canceled. The MAID CDC and chamber responded to these meeting requests on multiple occasions, believing that if such a meeting is needed and desirable, that such a meeting should include all council members. That is not a refusal, and I'm aware of no meetings that have been scheduled or canceled, and I preside over both organizations. Further, we're a bit confused by the repeated implication that there is something requiring reconciliation. We have enjoyed a strong and effective professional relationship with council and our amazing city administration for many years. We believe it is because of that relationship that we were asked to administer the Original 43 program in the first place. We worked diligently and effectively to successfully administer the program under Amended 43, as we believed it still represented an opportunity to get badly needed funds to Mason small businesses suffering as a result of a government-imposed shutdown. We were operating under the assumption that the interests of the MAID CDC, the MAID Chamber, and the council were aligned. Having accomplished this commonly held mission, we failed to see the need for reconciliation. However, as we've stated, we do welcome input from the council if you believe otherwise. It was our hope tonight that we would bring truth to the record and clarity to the entire council on the perceived timeline issues, the successful execution of our program partnership, our intent and motivation to assist in this program, as well as to remind this council that we are and always will be open to communication and collaboration on behalf of our shared constituents. We'd also like to thank council members Chance, Nelson, and Stricula for attempting to bring clarity to these areas on our behalf on July 13th when we were not able to be here. We'd like to thank all of council and staff for the opportunity to collaborate on this program to support our businesses who greatly needed our help. We hope this brings this to a head and we can all move forward for the benefit of our businesses and our community now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience? Mr. Looker.
Well, and real quick, Sherry, I just wanted to say,
You have acknowledged by the chair.
may I please speak?
No, Mr. Looker is on his way up to the podium. We will catch you later.
Kathy, that is very disrespectful.
And you may not address the chair by her first name.
John Looker, 111 East Main Street, Mason, Ohio. I just have a question. My understanding of the gift program is me, an unemployed worker for 3 months because of the pandemic, now needs to purchase a gift card for the Houston restaurant that can't open because of the pandemic. And now that small business is gone. 51 years later, the Houston is closed. How many other small businesses have we lost in this city because of the gift card program?
I don't think we've lost any small businesses because of the gift card program. I'm guessing you're referring to the e-gift card. through the city. We have a couple of different programs going on with that. We have an e-gift card, which is kind of like a MasterCard program. And then we have stimulated Mason businesses. About 100 businesses are participating in that. And to date, about $100,000 has been used at those businesses. So we kind of created a type of currency for Mason with Mason dollars. And the way we did that was we identified a surplus in our sewer fund. And so one way we did it was we put some stimulus back in the pockets of the families and businesses that earned it by foregoing revenue and giving them their July sewer services for free. Each sewer customer was entitled to a $50 e-gift card. You didn't have to buy it. You could buy it if you want to. There's a platform for that if you want to purchase gift cards. But each sewer customer, and there are 10,000 customers or so in the city of Mason, can, as long as the city has their email address, the city will send that. That's coming out in waves, and that is putting money back into the local economies. You can't spend it in other places, and the businesses that chose to participate had to sign up for it. So once that e-gift card is used, it works like a prepaid MasterCard in the moment. If someone decides not to use their e-gift card, then the city isn't out the money for it because it was electronic. It only gets, the city only gets billed for it when the card is consumed. And then a different gift card program was set up with the Chamber's CDC, which they converted into a voucher program. So it's not working like a traditional gift card. They changed it, but it's a spend one, get one type of voucher now. And so what happened with those businesses is it sounds like 44 businesses were given the maximum benefit of $3,500 each. I don't know who they are at this point, but they were able to use $154,000 to stimulate local businesses. So that was one layer. And we had the e-gift card layer, and we had the demand side stimulus where we gave sewer customers a month off of July sewer services and a $50 e-gift card that would only be good at a Mason business that signed up. And we have about 100 of those. And then on the supply side, we came up with about $700,000 in a combination of forgivable loans and $1,000 service agreement grants for little micro companies that didn't quite fit the profile. And I want to say about $47,000 in the service agreement grants went out. And then the remainder, 600 something, I can't do the math that fast, 600 and something thousand went out, and it totaled 715,000 altogether. And so all told, it's over $2 million in economic stimulus right here in Mason for Mason businesses. So we did listen to the public, and we took the idea of the $500,000 grant program, which isn't an inherently bad thing, but we felt, 4 of us felt anyways, that there was a way we could do it that the city could control the program. And that was how the democracy worked. And it was a very stressful time. Yes, there was conflict on this council over it. But we got through it, and I think we came up with a really innovative program that the city should be very proud of. And I hope that answers your question. I don't know what happened with the Houston Inn. I had heard for years that they were thinking about closing.
No.
I don't think that our gift card program caused them to go out of business.
No, the stimulus did, but the economic stimulus that you proposed did not help him through this entire time.
It was 4 months late, I think is what he's trying to say.
Well, I don't know that you can put that on the city of Mason.
Yes, you
The
can.
federal government
No.
closed, the government declared an emergency in January.
Yeah, that's why we could have acted fast. And that's
Okay,
why I
Mr.
kept
Chance,
saying,
you are not recognized by the chair.
may I speak?
You may not. Mr. Bradburn, you've had your hand up a
I
while.
did have, I just to inform everybody, I know Mike and Lou Eves, the Houston restaurant has been for sale for over a year.
No, it has not, Tony.
No,
I talked to Louise yesterday
I talked to,
and the day before,
I,
and he told me that he had to sell. and he sold it to Ramesh.
And yes, he did, because there were 3 partners, and as Lou told me, 2 of the remaining partners wanted to sell.
Well, that's not what I heard from Lou Eves,
Okay.
and I just talked to him again today.
Well, like I said, my understanding was after Mrs. Eves, Lou's mother, died, there were 3 remaining partners. 2 of the partners, I think there was a daughter, Mike, and the daughter said, we want to sell the restaurant. And this is this is the previous spring. And I talked to Lou, and his comment to me was, yes, I'd like to keep it, but I'm only 1/3 of the partnership. And it was originally, they thought they had sold for a restaurant that was somebody was going to put in an Italian restaurant, but that fell through. So
Well,
whatever.
again,
Again,
I guess my question that I asked originally was, and it's not me, but it's to all the people in Mason who've been laid off for 6 months, 4 months, 3 months. You want us to buy a gift card program to get a haircut that they can't open. Now, how does that help?
We wanted to give you money back. We so desired to do a tax rollback for all of our residents, but we realized the tax code was too difficult to navigate. So we came up with the sewer program, which sewer sounds kind of weird, but that's how we paid for it, so that we could give you back some stimulus so that you could choose where to go spend money. So there's that. But the barbershops or the restaurants did not close because of the city of Mason. And to imply that the city of Mason is responsible for any business going out of business because we didn't act fast would mean that you are saying that every jurisdiction in Ohio that didn't act fast was responsible for any business suffering or going out of business, or if they can't, many jurisdictions, in fact, most of them just can't come up with programs like this. So, I really appreciate your question. I hope we answered. I know that Councilmember Chance has his hand in the air. I'd like to recognize him if you're ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah, Mr. Looker, thank you so much for bringing that up. And I think I said this, if I said it once, I said it 50 times. The problem with this program was, and it still is the disbursement of funds has taken 4 months. And immediate cash, and you talk $2 million, will you please, that is not accurate. That is smoke and mirrors, and everyone up there on the council knows that. I know it. Everyone knows that. It's not $2 million in stimulus. But immediate funds is what we needed. And that's what our small businesses needed. I believe to Mr. Looker's point, what he was trying to mention and what he was trying to say is during this time, while we're doing analysis paralysis, I did use that, and it has proven extremely true, that, these folks are they can't pay rent. They have, to one of the guest speakers, to their point was they have inventory, they have food, they have all this stuff that's sitting there while we're sitting there trying to take the credit for something that is still not dispersed. And so to Mr. Looker's point, I believe what he's trying to say is that this has taken so much longer, and we are extremely blessed in Mason. You're 100% right, Mayor. We are extremely blessed in Mason, and we identified within 12 hours where we could have got those funds, had it dispersed, and thanks to Sherry for clarifying, what they were able to accomplish. But this is what happens when you get big government, which I thought, judging from a lot of the postcards, we're all about limited government. This is where you get big government involved. And here's where we sit, and nobody even understands the programs. They're confusing. They're extremely confusing. There's like 18 different mechanisms to when we had one very simple mechanism with a very, very good partner that could have dispersed it, could have overseen it, and did everything we possibly could have. I'm not going to continue down this path because we've been down this path long enough, but I believe Mr. Looker's point was it took way too long.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Well, on the lighter side, we are still working to make Mason a Purple Heart City. I got an email from Ron Farrell today, and he's working with the Department of Ohio Military Order of Purple Hearts to make Mason a Purple Heart City. And I'm hoping by the time our banners go up in November, we'll also be a Purple Heart City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Looker. We do have an agenda to get to. Do we have anybody else from the audience? Thank you. We do have another chance for recognition of visitors if it can hold, but Mr. Garvin, can you go ahead and state your name and address?
Glenn Garvin, 4974 Lava Court in Mason. First, I want to say, Mr. Looker, thank you for what you're doing on behalf of the veterans, for your service. I think that program for the banners is outstanding, and you deserve a lot of credit for that. That's an outstanding. I was excited to see that. Mayor Grossman, when Mrs. Bennett spoke before, you asked what in specific, and it hit me like a ton of bricks sitting there and watching just the events that have unfolded since then. I'm going to sum that up with what I hear from the public and the specific of what you could do, and it is summed up in arrogance and hypocrisy. The facial expressions that you make, the dismissive behavior, you're holding your hand up to Councilmember Nelson, you're not allowed to speak, and holding those up and then quoting Robert's rules at the same time, speaking about biblical quotes, saying about grace and lenity, and then behaving with such favoritism to some council members. And the height of which is so obvious in watching a Facebook post where we got a guy like Joe Riegelsberger, I believe, came up with the idea for the sewer funding idea. That's nowhere on your Facebook post, but you say, hey, look, because of course we know you need to take credit for it because that's what you were told to do, but I'm going to say it's me and my 3 compatriots. I had to go back and check. Yeah, it was a unanimous vote. There was 7, but you speak about this inclusiveness of what your goal was here. You should have thanked all 7 positive voting members, but instead you said, these are the things the public looks at and says, what the arrogance of saying, oh, I want to thank these 4 people, not Joe Riegelsberger, not the other 3 members of council who voted for this. I want to thank me, of course, and my other 3 members because we did this. Not how about what if you had come together and said, hey, we had some disagreements here, but this is what we ended up with a program. Maybe it's not perfect. Maybe it wasn't done quick enough, but we came together as a group with divergent ideas and pushed forward an agenda and a program. Could have been faster, could have been better, but the 7 of us did this. But instead, you're divisive, and then that comes across as arrogance. And then you won't admit any mistakes. You won't admit any of this standing up here. And you argue with the people up here, the constituents who are up here telling you, ask a question, and then you argue with those people. And so that's how I see it. It was a unanimous vote. You should have thanked all 7 people. And I do thank the people who voted, who had the best interest in Mason constituents' mind, for the residents of Mason. What Ms. Bennett said was right. I hope Council Members Gilman and Honor Law, you take that seriously. Those could have been on the ballot very easily. Don't take a victory lap on this. Take this honestly and look at this and say, are you representing the people that voted for you? I was one, and I shouldn't have, but I did because I thought because the little I knew, I voted for you guys. And it was, now looking back, it was a mistake. And I hope you will look at that and say, I want to earn your vote back again. Not a, hey, wow, look, we got through this thing. Look, they failed. So take what Ms. Bennett said to heart. And I hope you will. So.
Thank you. Let's move on to.
Mayor, can I please address Sherry?
Yes.
Thank you. Sherry, thank you very much for coming. I want to apologize on behalf of council. The way that we treated the CDC, the way that we treated the chamber, it was terrible. And it's really important that the city has a great relationship with you, with the CDC, with the chamber. And I hope that you will forgive us and allow us to move forward successfully, because our collaboration together is extremely important to continue to make our businesses in our 6 cities a success. So again, I just want to thank you for stepping up to the plate and offering to help with this, because it was really quite a large undertaking, and you guys really did mobilize quickly and come up with a great plan. And it took a lot of work. It really did. And I appreciate that. And I think our residents appreciate that. And I just want to say thank you.
Okay. Member Nelson, I'm just going to point out that you can apologize for yourself, but it's really not in keeping with the spirit of decorum to allege that the entire council or some on council mistreated the CDC.
Yeah,
And
I
so-
will correct myself.
Thank you.
I would like to apologize on behalf of myself, Councilmember Ashley Chance, and Councilmember Stricula.
Still inappropriate. Thank you. I think we have a caller waiting in the queue.
Can you hear me? Yes, Mayor. I have a Jordan Arnold that would like to address council.
Okay. Jordan, can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Jordan? You might have to take mute off.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello. Greetings. Thank you, council and staff, Madam Mayor, especially for putting together this meeting during this difficult time. What a shrill commentary from many of the opponents of this council. What a shame that the culture of division has been brought to our beautiful Mason. And Mayor, I'm sorry for what you're going through. I think that they like to call many powerful women's name like arrogant. Well, I thank you for being assertive. So thank you also to the opponents this evening for giving the mayor, Madam Mayor, deportment lesson. We all enjoyed the deportment lesson. The woman behind the recall petitions, the one that spoke tonight, has called this community racist for some time, but she does not speak for the people of Mason. In fact, she failed to win a seat on this council in the last election. I'm a minority, and as much as Mason has changed, I, Jordan Bennett Arnold, have been Black. I've always been Black for more than 31 years. A quick reminder, many of us oppose the culture of division. We support our police, our council, our mayor, the management, and our city staff. Those who lost the election are angry and are already campaigning for the next round of elections. In fact, they're trying to trigger a new one extra early. I have never seen this woman who came tonight from the CDC, and residents never voted to vest this so-called chamber as an official body to represent us. The Mason-Deerfield Chamber is not a diverse body with only 2 of its many staff and board members who are African American or other minority groups. In fact, there are no Black, Latin, or Asian members on the staff. Shameful and not representative of our diverse community. This city should consider organizing a new chamber that is actually representative of the diversity that's in Mason. It is not right that the most powerful and wealthy connected families, those who own event centers, Main Street landlords, or well-connected old political families, control the so-called chamber. Perhaps this institution should not be one for those who just can afford to buy their seats or a membership. This would be truly innovative and welcome of everyone in the community. The historic national emergency caused by an apparent viral plague has brought more than pneumonia, headaches, and such things to our land. It has brought to the forefront our divisions, which only God can heal. The same forces calling for the defunding of police and the phony impeachment proceedings and the destruction of monuments like those to William Henry Harrison, Ohio's first president, and even Honest Abe Lincoln, who died so that the Union might live and men like me might be free. Those forces have come to Mason. They're trying to tear us apart, and they're trying to push a new set of elections so that they might get their way. We will resist the spirit of destruction and those who want to tear our beloved Mason apart. Arm in arm, Black, brown, Asian, and all you other folks. You are most welcome. Mason is a diverse and beautiful place. Thank you to the council for hearing us all. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your spirit of fortitude. You too, Councilman Honorlaw and Gilb. I voted for you, and I can't wait to campaign for you again. Together, let's all make Mason great again.
Thank you,
Mayor?
Mr. Arnold. Could we trouble you for your address, please?
989 Indianwood here in Mason.
Mayor,
Thank
can I address Mr. Arnold?
I'm sorry,
Can I address Mr. Arnold?
you may.
Hey, Mr. Arnold, thank you so much for calling in, and I completely agree with you in regards to what we need to do at the city of Mason with some minorities. Do you remember the last election of Mr. Jay Betty? Do you remember when he ran?
He
Are you-
doesn't appear to be with us. Is he, can we get him back?
Yes, would you like me to reveal the specifics?
Well, do you know Jay Betty is Asian, correct?
I don't know his racial background.
Yeah, well, he's Asian, and do you remember what happened to him? What type of information was being spread around with that?
Do you want me to go over the specifics?
What specifics?
Well, I'm asking you, would you like me to reveal the specifics?
I asked you a question. I'm just asking, do you remember the things that were said and discredited by and I think we got a admission by Mr. Bradburn, and so what I'm hearing you say is I am agreeing with you. And the last time that, and I was hoping Jay could get on, because we do need some difference. We need a difference of race. We need a difference of all kind of different things inside this community, because I think it's 30% is what's made up, is Asians in the community is 30% in Mason. And we certainly should have some sort of representation. Well, he tried, and I think you know what happened. So again, I think you need to be looking into that as well.
Mr. Chance, if you would like me to go over the specifics, I think that this individual, which you've chosen to bring up again, there were some issues with some serious issues that I personally don't care to go back over unless you'd like to drag a community member through the mud. I don't remember hearing them from Mr. Bradburn, so I don't know why.
Well, he admitted last week that he's the one that went and got the information. So I'm just, I
don't know anything about that, sir.
And the
so I don't know why it's necessary to bring that up.
And because when I'm hearing what you're saying loud and clear.
I think, sir, that we need well-qualified minorities, and those sometimes can be very difficult to find, but that's got to be the mission of council. And
Sure.
If you had an individual who had a bunch of issues, I don't know that would be necessarily the best qualified person, but I think that we have them here in the community. Certainly, we have a great diverse.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. And I think he is without sin, cast the first stone. That's what I'd like to say.
Well, that's why I'm trying not to go over the specifics this evening,
Okay.
sir. So I
well,
appreciate
because
that.
I think you need to be a little careful yourself. So I appreciate it. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Anyone else? Member Chance, could I ask you a question?
Well, certainly.
I think you brought up Mr. Betty because you wanted to imply that there was some type of racist behavior that.
No, I'm not that person, Kathy. So don't put those words in my mouth.
I'm asking to clarify.
I did not say that. I know exactly what happened though. I saw it happen. You saw it happen. And just because someone can't run on their own merit, they have to try to discredit the person running. That's what I'm saying, Kathy.
Mr. Chance, that's assigning motive and it's attacking character, but is it relevant if a candidate running for office has a history of driving under the influence and being arrested for that?
Well, yeah, it's relevant, but at the same time, I mean, but you're the one that references the Bible a lot. Do you understand the Bible?
You're not answering my question. Is it relevant if a member is running for council, if a candidate is running for council, if that candidate has a record of multiple DUIs?
Let me ask you a question.
Do you think we can just move on and actually do
you think it's relevant that if we have a steward of city finances that's on
Mr.
council?
Chance, that's not the question.
Well, no, I think you addressed it, and I think it was 9 years ago.
I think that's what we need to look at here. That was relevant to the election. Elections are about choice between candidates, and that was relevant to the election. And unfortunately, you forced that information to come out today in this forum, which didn't need to happen.
You like to quote the Bible, and tell me what everyone in the Bible has.
you're interrupting. I did not want the public to hear that insinuation that for some reason there was a lack of acceptance of people of other races, and that's why he did not win the election, because I don't think that reflects properly on the character of our community or on this council. All right, we need to move on to item 9, ordinance 2020-64. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Excuse me, everyone. I do apologize. I missed something. I need a request from the body, a motion to remove ordinance 2020-64 from the table so that we may discuss it as item 9.
I'll make that motion. Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Let's go ahead and call the roll. I know we've called the roll for other items being taken off the table, so let's go ahead and do that. It is a non-debatable motion.
Member Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Chance.
Yes.
That motion passes with flying colors. Item 9, ordinance 2020-64. I need a motion to read by title only, please.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? All right, Jeff?
Amending provisions of section 1301.01 of the codified ordinances of the city of Mason regarding pool barrier regulations for 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings.
Mr. Seiler.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Just to recap, what we discussed at the July meeting is these changes to 1301 really do 2 things. They change what is allowed for fences, so it would remove some of the restrictions that we have currently in our regulations and allow residents to not have to order special order fences. The second thing is it would potentially allow lockable pool covers as a barrier to pools. And it was tabled to allow the safety committee to look at some of the safety concerns with a lockable safety cover on a pool without a fence also around the pool. The safety committee looked at several different options that we threw out there and ultimately recommended an additional restriction that a lockable safety cover would only be allowed where the pool is at least 100 feet away from the nearest house or nearest adjacent dwelling. So with that, this is, again, only regarding private residential pools. So it does not change any of the restrictions on like an HOA pool would be considered a commercial pool, things like that. This is just specifically for private residential pools. So with that, the exhibit has been updated to reflect the 100 feet from the nearest adjacent dwelling. And with that, ordinance 2020-64 is recommended for adoption, and I'll answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. I need a motion to adopt.
So moved. Second.
Any council discussion?
I just want to go on record saying that I'm still against this. I think it's dangerous for children, and as a mother of 3 children, I know how Mason properties all line up, even though it's 100 feet, I don't think that's enough. I know in some yards, you can look and you can see both neighbors on each side and 3 across from you, and kids bolt out the door so quickly. I just think it's very dangerous to not have some kind of fencing around a pool, and I would hate to allow this and then have a child drowned because of it. So I am against it. I'm still for the fencing. Maybe not, maybe we can change the type of fencing so it's not so strict, which will allow them to be able to purchase some fencing. But I definitely think that fencing needs to be around a pool.
Friendly reminder to be acknowledged by the chair. If I may ask a question of clarification, when you say 100 feet, is that from the property line, from the nearest property lines?
No, it would be measured from the pool, like so the edge of the pool to the nearest house. So basically that distance would have to be at least 100 feet. And we've only seen probably 5 or 6 of these throughout the whole city. One example, just for Councilmember Nelson, that we've had is we have areas around the golf course where there's a pond through the Heritage Club golf course. And so what the resident will say is, I have a pond in my backyard and you want me to put a fence around this pool. And so that's an area where, you know, those lots are well over 100 feet away. We tried to look at some of the areas where these have been proposed, and 100 feet seem to hit with all of the pools really that have pool lockable covers on them. So just for what it's worth, I understand your concerns. Yeah, for sure.
Any other members?
Chairman?
Yes.
Can ask. So that was going to be my question there, Kurt, was maybe what percentage of Mason homes would this really restrict at 100 feet? You'd have to kind of guess at a number. I mean, is it the majority will not be able to put this in, or what did I miss what you said? Is it 5 or 10 or 15%, or what number will be able to get by with this would be your guess?
That's really hard. So
yeah, I'm so sorry.
Because there's a couple of them that are in R3 zoning, which is typically, I think, a 80-foot or 100-foot lot. And so they would, if the lots were stacked up, it would restrict them. But there's areas in a cul-de-sac where they flare out. Some of those in an R3 zone, some of those are over an acre lot. So it's not necessarily even just a specific zoning. It's just the way some of the lots and subdivisions are laid out. And if I had to venture a guess, it would cut it down to somewhere less than half the lots in the city would be allowed to do it.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the safety committee came up with that 100-foot with that information.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add that we did talk about this. We did discuss this at the safety committee. We came up with this kind of agreement. These are extreme cases, I think, where they would choose a walkable cover over a fence. And again, I think, at least for me, and I'm not going to speak for the other two on the safety committee, it's about personal homeowners' responsibility, right? To take care of their own pool and take care of watching out who's running in their backyard and doing those types of things. So it's really about giving the flexibility and the freedom back to the homeowners and having an option if it meets this requirement, which it is restrictive. It's cost prohibitive to do this walkable cover, so you're really going to have to want to do it. And if you put something like that on your pool, then you need to make sure that you're out there and you're watching it. So that's really, I think, what, at least for me, the genesis or what
Mayor,
behind it was.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
We did discuss it. We even talked about the issue of liability back to the city, and basically it's the liability falls on the homeowner, whether it's the fence or this particular type of guarding. Now, Kurt did go ahead and give us some visual maps of some locations, and in several locations, they already had other open water hazards there, ponds or whatever. So this was kind of a compromise. I guess if we get to the point of somebody's got one that's less than 100, then that individual should be able to have the ability to come back to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Correct?
Because this is in the codified, it would actually come to council.
Oh, come to council. Okay, then they can come to council
Yeah.
and make an individual presentation of their circumstances in regards to saying, hey, here's why I need it. So we can address it at that point. It appears that the technology is there, and I think, what did you say, $10,000?
Yeah, and generally the smaller lots, you could put a fence in for maybe $3,000, something like that. As the lots get bigger, it gets to be where a fence or these are typically around $10,000 to put in. And when you get about $10,000 worth of fence, it's a pretty large lot, well over 100 feet away from the nearest house. And that seemed to be where the decision was, hey, why don't we just put in a lockable cover rather than a fence. So again, they're rare. I couldn't tell you how many new pools go in a year, but these are, there's only 6 of these in the whole city. So it's rare, but it just gives it would give another option for residents.
Anyone else? Thank you for expressing your concerns. And thank you to the safety committee and the wisdom to table so they could study and fill us in more and help us understand this legislation more. I think it's time to call the roll.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunter Law,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn.
Yes.
Item 10 on the agenda is ordinance 2020-68. I need a motion to read by title only, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Yes. Any opposed? Mr. Forbes?
Approval of the replat for Kings Mills Plaza, Section 1D, Lot 1A.
Mr. Seiler?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is a lot. It's located at Kings Mills Road and 741 in Kings Mills Road. This is existing Lot 1A that'll be split into Lot 1B and Lot 1C. It is just under 200 feet for the lot width that has been to Zoning Board of Appeals already on July 28th, was granted that variance. So with that, ordinance 2020-68 to approve this replat is recommended for adoption. And I'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion?
Mayor.
Yes.
Kurt, so on Lot 1B, there's going to be the roads getting changed in there. How much will that change on that lot? The road gets,
The intersection improvement here at 741
Yes.
that the city is doing? Okay,
Yes.
because the road is changing behind the lot as well, so I wasn't sure what you were referring
okay,
to.
well, I wasn't sure if they lose that whole lot.
Yeah, actually, this already shows the right-of-way that we needed for the project is already taken off of this lot. So,
Okay, so
That's
that'll
already-
still be a
okay.
doable lot for the developer. Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Good question.
Anyone else? Let's call the roll.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunter Law,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula.
Yes.
Item 11 on the agenda is ordinance 2020-69. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Mr. Forbes?
Authorizing continued participation in the amended and restated Warren County Drug Task Force Council of Governments contract.
Mr. Hanson?
Thank you, Mayor. This is, in substance, this is a really very technical and minor adjustment, but as an opportunity to highlight the city has been a charter member of the Warren County Drug Task Force for almost 30 years now and has remained very active, and they have provided significant support to our community as well as to the police department. As a charter member, we've been part of the agreement there. A council of governments was formed to oversee the drug task force. Was before you with ordinance 2020-69 is agreeing to amend that agreement by allowing the addition of the villages of Harveysburg and Carlisle in Warren County to expand both the resources and the influence the drug task force has. So it is recommended for adoption.
Right, we need a motion to adopt. Oh, a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading. Excuse me.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Motion to adopt, please.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Yes.
You know, it just seems like we were really talking a lot about heroin overdoses and heroin usage. And now since the pandemic came, we really don't talk about it anymore. Is the safety committee kind of addressing this and looking at it and seeing, where is our city compared to, before the pandemic and what we can be doing or working with the drug task force on this? It just seems like the topic just kind of died since the pandemic. I don't know who's on the safety committee. You are.
Chair, we've had no discussions.
Do you think that's something that we should do?
I don't know. We can discuss it, but I don't know what we can do. I'm not a drug enforcement agent.
Maybe we can work with them. I don't know.
think
It
we
just
are.
seems like,
I think we are by giving them $100,000.
yes, that's true. I just feel like I used to be on the safety committee, and we did talk a lot about this, and we were working on it, and it just kind of died. And then, with the pandemic, and I'm sure it has to be increasing with more people home, but I don't know. It would be great if you guys could just kind of take a look at it and see if there's something that we could be doing maybe.
I think Eric's scribbling something to go back to the police chief maybe to see if we have any stats in the fire department. And you are right. It's fallen off page 1 for those that still get a paper.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Right. This is an important program. We've participated in it for quite some time, and it's still a story. It's just not making the headlines right now. All right, we need a roll call.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb.
Yes.
Item 12 on the agenda is ordinance 2020-70. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Mr. Forbes.
Accepting certain road work grants and authorizing related reimbursement agreements.
Mr. Hanson?
Thank you, Mayor. This ordinance is, again, relatively easy execution on this, but another opportunity to fortunate to be able to open up the Mason Research and Development Park with the announcement within a very short period of time of Rheinstahl's relocation, Vega America, and Precision Cast Parts locating there. A lot of credit goes to Council, to the Economic Development Committee, our Economic Development staff, and a lot of the both, and over the years actually, for a lot of strategic foresight as well as execution to attract these companies and really to be open up the future of Mason's corporate development in that area. After council's action accepting those, then there is a significant amount of work that staff across department continues to go through to make sure those projects stay on track and that dollars are maximized. And what's before you here is 2 unique efforts to continue to support those companies, as well as help put in the infrastructure necessary both for them as well as the continued growth of that park. So simply put, what is here is the opportunity to access grant funds that we have worked with to the Ohio Development Services Agency and the Ohio Department of Transportation specific to road construction. That is the responsibility of the companies, but we agreed to work with them to try and access these dollars. The grants will assist those companies in constructing about 2,700 feet of the park roadway for the R&D park. How it will work is the companies will be required to submit the expenses as they contract for that work to the city. And then we will work with the state to provide reimbursement. So essentially acting as a pass-through. A breakdown between both of those funding sources is about $700,000 for one of the companies and $650,000 for the other, for a total of about $4 million in roadway construction between the grant funds and then the local match that the companies will make. As I mentioned, those will be worked through the city and we'll be able to reimburse the company as those expenses are agreed upon. Ordinance 2020-70 authorizes those grant agreements and is recommended for adoption to move forward the progress on the Mason Research and Development Park.
Thank you. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Let's call the roll.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Member Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 13, and then I'm going to ask council for a point of privilege, and we'll take a brief break. I think this will be relatively quick. Ordinance 2020-71, I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Mr. Forbes?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a cooperative agreement with the Warren County Board of County Commissioners and the Warren County Engineer regarding reimbursement water line relocation.
Mrs. Heft?
Yes, Mayor and members of council. Can you hear me? Is it picking up? There we go. There's always a pause on this one. The Warren County Engineers Office has a project plan that to replace a deteriorating bridge that exists on Kings Avenue. They're going to relocate that bridge to the north of where it currently exists. They also plan to take out a U-shaped curve to make it more safe for our motorists traveling in that area. There is an 8-inch water line that runs across that roadway that will need to be replaced as part of this project. They've asked the city for their assistance with that on this project. That water line helps transport water from our wells located down at the Little Miami River up to the Gulf Center. It falls into a pond there, and then we pump it out of there to irrigate not only the Gulf Center, but the islands along Kings Island Drive. This project will include replacing removal of 450 lineal feet of the old pipe, putting in 124 lineal feet of new pipe. We're going to raise that water line about 27 feet. That'll allow the water to flow naturally through the pipe, and we will not need any air release valves. And that's good for us for two reasons. One, saves on the purchase of those valves, but also moving forward in the future, those valves typically are a repair and maintenance item for us. So it eliminates the need for those. This cooperative agreement, the estimate for this project currently is about $101,000. We're asking for $126,000 as part of this. The basis for that is this project has not been bid yet. It will not go to bid until fall of 2021. And with construction costs and what we're seeing now with some of our current projects, that industry is still moving along very aggressively. So we anticipate costs may come in higher than that engineer's estimate. The construction is planned for the year 2022 to 2023. With that, we are asking for ordinance 2020-71 recommended for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt, please.
Second.
Any council discussion? Seeing there is none, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Nelson, Councilmember Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman.
Yes. And at this time, I'd like to ask the body for a point of privilege, a 5-minute break. Is anyone opposed to that?
So moved.
Well, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back.
Was 5 minutes up?
Looker's wrong. They were looking to sell that. Oh, Looker's wrong on the Houston.
I think so.
They were looking to sell that over a year ago. Pandemic closed them down sooner.
Yeah. I wonder what Ramesh is gonna continue as the Houston Inn?
His daughter is, from the guy that owns the farm next door, his daughter is gonna run it as an entertainment center. Ramesh is,
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Like an event center? That would be good though, an event center, because we don't have.
I just don't know. You know, I mean, that building is so old. I mean, I like to eat. The food was good. Man, it hadn't been updated in 30 years. I mean, it was kind of nasty.
I actually do I like the salad bar. The food was nasty. Like I've gotten food that comes up high.
Oh, I like the ribs and stuff like that, but they had a nice salad bar and that, but it's like 1955 decor, you know, I mean, and I think it was marginally profitable at the end, you know, and even Mike told me, he says, or Lou, he says, you know, you probably got to put $1 million in the kitchen to get it. If somebody was going to come in and start it back up as a restaurant,
Yeah.
you know, but there was when I say Mrs. Eves died, the family, they were all partners. Lou, his wife, and the 3 kids. Lou died, there were 4. When Mama died, two of them said keep it, 2 of them said sell. When Mama died, 2 of them said sell. We want the money.
Yeah. Did the mom die recently?
Can we get, is this 5 minutes up?
Year or so ago.
Okay.
That'll take us through.
And what's the number on it? 2020?
72.
272. Thanks. Did you just say that?
So.
Okay. All right. It's time to reconvene. Okay. We need a motion to add an ordinance to the agenda, which is ordinance 2020-72. And is there someone who can make a motion to that effect? And then we will read it by title only.
Make a motion to add ordinance 2020-71.
72.
I'm sorry, 72.
Yes.
To
Is
the
there a
agenda.
second?
Second it.
Okay, we have a second. We need to call the roll for that. I knew that. I was a little rusty. We need to call the roll for adding that item to the agenda.
Councilmember Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunter Law,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Forbes. Oh, wait, no, that motion passed. We've added it to the agenda. And now I need a motion to read by title only. Ordinance 2020-72.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Now, Mr. Forbes, thank you.
Thank you. Ordinance 2020-72, approving the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Mason and Mason Professional Firefighters, IAFF Local 4049, authorizing the city to execute the agreement and declaring an emergency.
I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any council discussion? Okay, seeing that there is none, I think you may understand from Mr. Forbes' statement what's going on. That's not typically something that we discuss out in open session. All right, we need a roll call.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunter Law,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Chance.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. All right, we had a committee meeting on Friday with the Policy and Legislative Committee, and we had a plan to add some items to the agenda. So we need a motion to add ordinance 2020-73 to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunter Law,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn.
Yes.
Thank you. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Mr. Forbes?
Directing the Warren County Board of Elections to submit to the electors of the City of Mason, Ohio at the November 3rd, 2020 general election, a charter revision to sections 3.02, 3.07K, 4.13, 4.15B, 9.03, and 11.04.
Okay, I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? All right, let's call the roll.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunter Law,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Chance,
No.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula.
No.
Okay, the motion or the ordinance fails, and that was the bundle package with all of the recommended charter amendments from the Policy and Legislation Committee combined. And so is there a motion to add the first item, which would be ordinance 74?
The next in line would be 7.
Okay, is there a motion to add discussion of item, I think we're on item 17, which would be ordinance 2020-74?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, we'll need to read that by title only?
Right.
Yes.
I don't have a copy of
Oh, we're working on that, some technical difficulties.
Okay.
That's okay, thank you.
Guess we would just go in like 3.02. We'll just take them in order. All right. I'm sorry, Mayor.
It's okay. I'm getting set up too.
Want to make sure we get these in numerical order.
Thank you, and I'll need you to help me stay on track too.
Seven. Out of the charter.
What are you passing out?
So at our Policy and Legislation Committee meeting, we proposed 2 ways to tackle this. A bundle package with all of the individual ordinances bundled into one for efficiency. And the next plan would be, if that were to fail, that we would go through these item by item. So it'll take a little time, but that's okay. And we can discuss each one as we go. So at this point, when you're ready, Mr. Forbes, we need to read by title only, right? Ordinance 74.
Yes.
Mayor, is there any way I can get that handout? What is that just the description of the ordinance or the changes?
It's the itemized handout. It's the itemized ordinance that you would have in your packet.
Okay.
You got 2 copies of it. The second copy was correct with the colors,
Yep.
the red colors.
Yep.
I want to say we got that on Friday. That helps.
Yep.
Okay. I'm ready. You ready?
Okay. I apologize, Mayor. This was ordinance 2020-74, directing the Warren County Board of Elections to submit to the electors of the City of Mason, Ohio at the November 3rd, 2020 general election, a charter amendment to section 3.02 council qualifications.
I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved. Second.
Any council discussion?
Just a quick question, Mr. Forbes, maybe you can answer this. Is this more just aligning what's in our charter with the Ohio Revised Code? It looks like it's just taking out one line from prior to time of filing for office to preceding their election. Is that correct?
It is, I guess I would not say that it brings it 100% in compliance with the state law. It is still slightly different than the state law, but you are correct. The essential change here is it has to do with the residency period for a candidate for council. And what it says is that the residency period is now measured. What it used to say is by the time of filing for office. And that has been changed to that time now has to be met preceding their election. That language is consistent with the state law.
Is that the election day or is that the time of swearing in?
This question came up at the committee, and the only thing I don't know, because I can only tell you this language is that phrase preceding their election is identical to the state law. So whatever case law has been exists interpreting that provision of the state law, the same would apply to the city.
Okay, but it is more consistent with the state law.
Yes.
Friendly reminder, we'll wait to be acknowledged by the chair, and you can definitely ask questions through the chair. We
Mayor?
did discuss, one moment, please. We did discuss whether that meant the certification of the election or the actual election day. And we came up with this. We can debate that. Someone can certainly make a motion to amend the amendment, which would take precedent. I do have a question from Councilmember Chance. You are acknowledged.
Yeah, I mean, getting into the charter and looking into this, I'm just, why is it necessary to change this? Who I guess from the committee decided that this was extremely necessary to legislate through our charter?
Well, Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
This came up, I think, at the previous election. There's two sections in the existing charter where it talks about from time to time about the Ohio Revised Code. And then the next thing our charter says immediately prior to the filing for office. And that's not in the state code. That's striking that from our charter.
Okay. I'm just confused by, I read.
Well,
this.
the question then becomes, when does the year start? Does it start at election time? Or does the residency requirement start back in August before the election?
Yeah, I'm still extremely confused by why this is necessary. But I mean, if it's trying to get in more tuned to where I know there was a debate of pointing towards the Ohio Revised Code and then our charter, I'd much rather be in control instead of having Big Brother tell us everything what to do. But I mean, if I guess we'll find out if people find this necessary. But that was a sincere question. I just didn't understand why we needed to do this.
Mr. Forbes, do you have any comments? If I may, Mayor, Mr. Forbes, do you have any comments to add in regards to that prior to the time of filing for office? Other than
No, I don't have any comments. I mean, the way the charter exists now, it says that you have to have been a qualified elector for a period of time prior to the time of filing for office. That's not what the state law says. The state law says you have to have been a resident for a period of whatever that period of time is preceding their election. The committee discussed this, and the committee's recommendation was to make this one phrase of the charter more consistent with the state law, to say preceding their election as opposed to prior to the time of filing.
Member Gill, would you like to add?
Yeah, Mayor, if I could address it. So as the committee was looking at this, it was trying to avoid the confusion of the charter versus state law in terms of the time of when you determine residency, and to avoid the issue that we had in the last election with regard to a protest over a residency requirement, and to try to clarify this in terms of meeting that residency requirement in accordance with state law. So it avoids the argument that maybe you complied with state law, but you didn't comply with the charter. This actually would allow for a great. So rather than August being the time of determination, it would be November would be the time of the determination, and it kind of allows potentially more people to meet that qualification than would previously.
We actually did this in response to the candidate that came before council almost a year ago, really. I think it was last September, and mentioned that would be us addressing the charter and making it less confusing. She stated she was confused by the meaning. Confused might not be the best word, but she had a different interpretation. But either way, with the Mason Charter, in her case, she did not live in the city of Mason for 1 year prior to the date of filing or prior to the date of election. So she wasn't qualified either way, but she did make the suggestion. So we took that to heart. And then, I don't know, our first meeting in January or February, we discussed it. And then as everything else has lost its momentum, COVID came and we picked up the ball, and it's time sensitive since we have a fall election ahead. So we were trying to, just bring some clarity to this. And I have a question about that clarity. So when we say preceding their election, is it clear enough? Or is date of election more clear?
So, as a matter of fact, I could address, following
Yes.
on Mr. Forbes' comments, I think this is what state law says, preceding their election. So rather than create additional language that may be arguable, we're just trying to mirror the state law in terms of when you have to file.
Okay. Something we discussed also in our committee meeting is that Member Gill brought something great to the table, which is an extremely conservative approach. And he had a big impact on what we came up with. I have the let's talk about all the possibilities approach, but I want this concise meeting. Someone help me make it more concise. And Member Gill was a great teammate as well as, Vice Mayor Gilb and Member Bradburn. I'm sorry, guys, I'm getting tongue-tied. Okay, any other questions? Council discussion over this one? Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Chance,
No.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb.
Yes.
Jeff, would you like to explain what just happened and what the ramifications of what just happened are?
Yes, so that ordinance 2020-74 passes with a vote of 5 affirmative votes, which is an important number because when a council, this is pursuant to the Ohio Constitution, when a council wants to submit a charter amendment question to the ballot, it does take 5 affirmative votes. That's why the prior ordinance failed, even though it received a majority vote. So ordinance 74 has passed with 5 affirmative votes. And all that means is now this question will be forwarded to the Board of Elections and be placed on the ballot for the voters to decide.
Right. So we did not pass the law. We made the recommendation for this to go on the ballot. So the public gets to decide. Okay. We need to move on to the next item, which I think is item 19 on the agenda. And that would be ordinance 2020-76, which we need to pass.
7-5.
Oh, that was 7-5? Oh, are you sure? Excuse me, everyone. All right. I got to redo all my numbers. While we're waiting, we need a motion to add, actually, you know what? I did get kind of bollocksed up. We need a motion to add ordinance 2020-74 to the agenda. Have we not done that? Or did we add them all successfully through the bundle?
No, we did not, but everything with 74 is complete. Now you need a motion to add 75.
Oh my goodness, did I say 74 again? Okay, team, I am very sorry. We need a motion to add ordinance 2020-75 to the agenda.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Mr. Phillips? Oh, now, wait, we have to take a roll call. Do we? You add it to the agenda? Oh, it's not. Is there any objection? Okay, we'll skip the roll call. Okay, and now I need a motion to read it by title only.
So moved?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I'm glad I've got my co-pilot here.
Okay, this is ordinance 2020-75, directing the Warren County Board of Elections to submit to the electors of the city of Mason, Ohio at the November 3rd, 2020 general election, a charter amendment to section 3.07K, powers of council.
Okay, we need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? A motion to adopt?
So moved?
Second.
Any council discussion? Okay, I'd like to say something about it, if I may. And perhaps someone will want to respond. This is a culmination of a couple of years of work. We have an ordinance that we passed last year, I think, Chapter 125. We modified it and passed those amendments again. And this is not the same. In fact, this isn't connected or tied or bound to Chapter 125. All this is it gives us the same powers that we already have to buy and sell property. And it says, so I'll just read it so everyone can hear. Council members and relevant city staff shall be required to provide a potential conflict of interest disclosure for all real estate transactions in a written form and with certain exemptions to be determined by council to ensure the compelling public interest that said transactions are conducted at arm's length. So all that means is from council to council, the idea or the action of a written disclosure waiver of some type would occur automatically, except with exemptions that council determines. And that would, and the rules and the actual type of waiver would be determined by each council from session to session if they choose to change it. But the act of signing your name off on a waiver that says, I disclosed all potential conflicts of interest so that we could all work at an arm's length, that would be just an automatic action. And the timing of that could be determined at any time during the negotiation process, as long as it happens prior to council voting. So that's another thing that's different about Chapter 125. It provides flexibility for council to set rules and to take it on a case-by-case basis on the timing and the type of waiver, or if it qualifies for exemption from that. Okay, any other comments? Yes.
We wasted a whole year last year on Chapter 125. The prior mayor actually created a committee, which my Councilmember Gilby, you were on, and it was finalized. I mean, there was even a vote on the last charter for it that failed. Councilmember Gilb was part of the committee. They've already done what they could do. I don't really know why this is on here again. We also don't have details like what's going to be on the form, what kind of questions are going to be on the form. I actually attended the policy and legislative meeting. There was a lot of questions on the legal implications of having this, and Mike Gilb actually is the one who raised these points of concern. I think that we need to get past this. I hope we don't spend another year on this issue.
I can respond. The form would be determined by the council, just as our law director determined the form on the Chapter 125. He created that, and the council could decide if it's an affidavit or a waiver. And I responded to the question about maybe creating another hang up by having a written document. And I said, I think it's like an insurance policy. From transaction to transaction, we've signed off on a waiver that says, I followed the rules. I disclosed what needed to be disclosed. And without that, without any record keeping whatsoever in executive session, if someone comes out at the end of a transaction and says, hey, I found out something that I didn't know, it wasn't disclosed in executive session, well, there's there's no record of it, and it's just a he said, she said. And that's not a real effective and careful way to make real estate transactions, in my view. And, you know, I don't have a problem signing a waiver and just writing off what my potential conflicts of interest are. It's easy. It takes about 30 seconds, super fast. It's just a waiver that says, I follow the rules. And I see that as a positive for the public and a very, very minor inconvenience for the council. Any other? Yes.
The issue that I have with this is I feel like we're trying to legislate through the charter and not through legislation, right? And what we're trying to do, when you look at the charter and what it's there for, right? I mean, this is our constitution, for lack of a better term, right? And this is a big deal. And to add something like this to a charter, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense. So I'll be voting no on this one.
That's a really legitimate point.
Mayor?
It's to compel it to happen automatically. Yes.
So let me see if I understand this correctly. We're not voting to put this on the charter. We're voting to send it out to be put on the ballot. And then the residents vote whether they'd like this or not. So it's really not up to us. We just say we put it out there for them and then let the voters have the power to see whether or not they believe this is important enough. Why vote no against this and take that power away from the voters? So I would think that this is an easy vote.
That's
Mayor?
a great argument.
Mayor?
Member Stricula made a great argument. One moment, please. I don't know where to put my hand up. I'm sorry. I don't know what you can see, Member Chance. You're up there for me, or up there. That's a great argument. Member Stricula, you make a great argument. And I understand your trepidation with legislating from the charter. And the point is to give the people the choice. I think the public would really support it. Now that they have, it's a little bit more clear about what it actually means. If they don't support it, then we don't do it. But Chapter 125 is not an automatic process. It has to be invoked by 3 people per transaction, and it did not go over well politically. In practical application, to have 3 members say, "Yeah, we need to fill out paperwork on this one," we should be doing it, and no one should have a problem with doing it, but we're dealing with human beings, and the fact is that we do have a problem with it sometimes. And I think I see Member Chance's. You still have a hand up there?
Yeah, I have a major problem with it because one, to Councilmember Nelson, sorry. This was already sent pretty much to the last election and it was turned down, correct? And not only that, but we have the Ohio Ethics Commission that we fill out every single year. This is just us trying to, there's no need. That's my point. There's no need for this. And I'm just tired of our government going boom, 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 getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So that's my point. I don't really need rebuttals or anything. I think we should just vote.
I do have a response to that. Yes, we do fill out ethics forms through the Ohio Ethics Commission annually. We fill out financial disclosure forms. They're public records. We can write in and ask them to give us the public records. We can give them to our law director. That's something I've suggested. But they don't compel us to disclose in executive session. They just don't. And in practical experience, I've found in my time on council that it doesn't always happen, that disclosure doesn't always happen. And sometimes disclosure doesn't always happen on those financial disclosure forms. And so it's just taking an abundance of caution. The private sector boards, they do this or something similar. They tend to do things on a transactional basis. And yes, the Ohio state law says, yeah, you're supposed to disclose these things in executive session. But now we need to decide, would the public like to compel it so that it happens every time and that's a guarantee? Or does the public reject it? The last time we tried this, it was in specific reference to Chapter 125, and I don't think the public really knew what that was. So trying again.
Just like this
has been a goal.
Baked. Just like this isn't fully baked. Nobody knows what it is. It's not. We don't know what the disclosure is. We don't know what the questions are. We don't know anything.
Do you think the public doesn't?
That's why I'm voting no.
Okay, do you think the public doesn't understand what providing a potential of conflict of interest disclosure for real estate transactions in a written form, they won't understand what that means?
I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay, it's important to be acknowledged by the chair. Is there any other question?
I'd like to move that we table this ordinance.
Okay. Can you speak in the
Our
microphone?
director, who's thinking whether, can we just table it? Or is there an issue with tabling this ordinance? Oh, I'm sorry. I said I'd like to move to table this ordinance for further consideration at a later time, but I don't know if we can do that. Our law director is looking at me.
It's certainly within the body's authority to table any piece of legislation. I feel the need to point out, this is your last regular council meeting to act on anything to meet the deadline to have this submitted to the November election.
So I would like to move to table it for further, before we just vote on it.
Second.
Let's take a roll. That's not a debatable motion, so we'll take the roll call, please.
Mayor, I just asked Jeff a question. Can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me? If it's tabled, it
Comes up at the next meeting.
right, and the next meeting would be too late to take action for the ballot. And it would be too early for action at any subsequent ballot. If the intent is that this could go on a later ballot, I'm not sure that's the intent, but I'm not sure that tabling.
Yes, if it's tabled, then if it comes back off the table at your next regular meeting, that would be too late to submit for this election. And actually, you would not be able to proceed with this ordinance for any future election, because this ordinance specifically says to submit it at the November 3rd, 2020 general election. If you wanted to submit something at a future election, you'd start all over.
So, tabling doesn't seem like the best move right now. What do you suggest? We could always call an emergency meeting. We could table it for study in a committee and call an emergency meeting prior to the deadline and try again. We can make some amendments. We can amend it from the floor today, or you can vote it up or down.
Yeah, I would just like to stand on my motion to table.
Yep, let's call the, I think there was a second. Second. Okay, and so let's go ahead and call the roll.
Mayor Grossman,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Chance,
No.
Councilmember Bradburn,
No.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw.
No.
Okay, so that motion fails. And so we're still in council discussion.
Mayor, may I
Yes,
jump
you
in?
can speak.
So I felt like this is important to pass, being a part of the last council where we had such an issue regarding this, and where we actually purchased land and then had to release it in 7 days because of this issue. So I think this is a transparency issue that's important to be dealt with. And I think everybody on this council is pretty much aware of that. And this if you're for transparency, you would really want to put this before the voters. So I'm confused still on why somebody would not be on board with this. I'm not clear on that.
Thank you. Yeah, so really the question is, do we want to give the voters the opportunity to weigh in on this, or do we want to keep that from them? Member Nelson?
I just want to correct Councilmember Hodenlaw's comment. There was not an issue last time. It was personal vendetta against the mayor.
Out of
current
order.
Mayor from the.
That's out of order.
It's not out of order. It is true. It was factual. It's been.
You've
found
been
out.
warned. It's out of order.
It's been. I'm talking actually. I don't think
You may
care
not
about me.
assign motive and attack character, and it
Well,
that it's based on a vendetta.
It
It's out
has
of
been
order.
found out though that was not correct. There was no issue involved. And so that is not a correct statement. That did not happen.
Can I call the question?
We can't
Yes, let's call the
discuss
question.
what the issues were with it. We did get a report, just so the public knows. We hired a law firm to give us a report on some questions. I don't even know what the questions really were. I've asked to see the file on that so that I can see what the letter of engagement asked, and I'm just waiting on that. We'll get to that later, but we could suffice to say that we never went back and bought the property. Okay.
And I'd like, I'm not, if
Is
you're
there any
talking, I'd like to
germane
talk as well.
discussion to whether or not this should go on the ballot or not?
Can I call the question?
Yes, thank you. Let's call the question.
That's out of order.
Mayor,
Yes,
may I call the question?
you may. Let's take the roll.
Elementary school teacher.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Chance,
No.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes?
Councilmember Stricula,
No.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
This one, I'm torn with this one. I'm going to vote no.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman.
Yes, so this one fails. All right. Item 19. Okay, all right, so item 19 is ordinance 2020-76. I need a motion to add that to the agenda.
So moved?
All in favor?
Yes.
Are there any opposed? Hearing none opposed, we will skip the roll call, and I will ask you for a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, Mr. Forbes is going to tell us all about it.
Thank you. This is, excuse me, ordinance 2020-76, directing the Warren County Board of Elections to submit to the electors of the city of Mason, Ohio at the November 3rd, 2020 general election, a charter amendment to sections 4.13, 4.15B, and 9.03, publication on website.
I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after a first reading.
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
In a second, okay. Any council discussion on this one? It's about public hearing on zoning ordinance or resolution. And I can read you what the amendment is. We would add the words, "or cause such notice to be published on the city website." And that's in 3 different places in the charter to give us another option for public notices. Is there any council discussion or questions?
Mayor, I would just say this is certainly gives the city an opportunity to avoid having to go through antiquated notice provisions and gives them an opportunity to use up-to-date electronic means to notify of changes that are being made or proposed. And the committee recommends it for adoption. I certainly believe it would be appropriate. And I certainly support it, would ask council to support it.
Anyone else? And this one actually came on the recommendation of staff, and it will also save the city money to be able to communicate this way, if I understand that correctly. Okay. All right. I think it's time to call the roll.
Councilmember Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yes.
All right. Item 20 on the agenda is ordinance 2020-77. I need a motion. Well, it's not quite item 20. I need a motion to add it to the agenda so that it would be item 20. That's ordinance 2020-77.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, I need a motion to read it by title only.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Jeff?
Thank you. Again, ordinance 2020-77, directing the Warren County Board of Elections to submit to the electors of the city of Mason, Ohio at the November 3rd, 2020 general election, a charter amendment to section 11.04 recall provisions.
Thank you. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? A motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion?
I have some discussion.
Yes.
I think just in light of what's going on with the recalls, I think it would be a conflict of interest for Councilmember Gilb or Councilmember Honolaw to weigh in on this vote, have any vote on this.
Well, this wouldn't pass and become law unless the public passed it. Jeff, do you have a ruling on that as our law director and parliamentarian?
I think that's correct, because the only action that could be authorized by this ordinance is to submit the question to the ballot, and then the actual adoption of this as any part of the charter would be up to the voters. I don't think that it would constitute a specific conflict of interest to place it on the ballot.
Mayor, if I could add.
Yes.
As the law, would it affect the current recall petition that has been filed at all?
I can't speak to what the current recall petition was. I don't know anything about it. But if it's already been submitted, this would have no bearing on that existing recall petition.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question to the law director, please? When you say it has no bearing if it's already been submitted, it's to my understanding that it's been submitted, but it's being looked over by an independent attorney for some disagreement. So if we pass this tonight, but yet it's determined after this vote that they are valid petitions, can you tell us what would happen there?
This cannot have any bearing on the existing recall petition because this won't be the law unless it is approved at the November 3rd general election. So this will not be, even if this passes on the ballot, it doesn't become part of the charter until after this, after the election would have essentially passed for this present recall.
The Policy and Legislative Committee responded in a sense to confusion about the recall process. And I stated on Friday at the meeting that the recall, it appears to be from fodder and information I've seen on social media as a reaction to the failure of Ordinance 2020-43 to pass in its original form. And we were warned that we could be recalled. And there were people involved that were campaigning for the passage of Ordinance 2020-43 in its original form, some involved in the chamber. And I know of at least one board member that were involved with that. And we wanted to bring some clarification, not just on reasons. We saw the petitions finally after they had been filed at the Board of Elections. The reasons on the petitions and the petitions themselves were not shown on social media, but verbal reasons were given. And, you know, my statement was that a referendum would have been in order on the ordinance 2020-43 as it was passed, and a referendum would have been the proper process. So I think there was some confusion. Well, I don't think that the people that behind the recall campaign were confused. I think they were retaliating, but I think there's some confusion on what legitimate reasons for recalling someone from an elected seat are, and they should be and are already inherently consistent with the charter, but the reasons given on the petition in the recall campaign were not consistent with the charter. And I don't frankly want that to happen again in our community. It's been extremely divisive. It's been extremely negative. It was a huge effort of people going around and asking for signatures on petitions based on hearsay. And we don't know what the facts were or the lack of facts were that were shared with those who signed the petitions. It was never made clear. We just know what the petitions are and who signed them and who circulated them. And so I think it is wise governance to add this statement of clarity to the charter, which does not change the meaning of it whatsoever. It simply adds a statement of clarification for lay people to read and understand that you can't just willy-nilly call a recall because you're unhappy with the results of the previous election or you're unhappy with the results of a particular ordinance that was passed. If it's about an ordinance, the referendum is the proper process. If it's about the previous election, the proper process is to run again. Any other commentary from council members?
I do.
Yes, Member Nelson.
I'm against this because I think that the public has any right to recall any official that they feel is necessary and not doing their job properly. I don't think we have to put so many rules that we get them in an aha moment where, a number of people sign a petition, but now there's an aha moment. If people want to recall you because you're not doing your job properly, you're not the voice of the people properly, they should have the right to do that. And, you have to get so many signatures. It's not a willy-nilly thing. You have to get X amount of signatures and it has to get on the ballot and it has to pass on the ballot. So I am very much against limiting the voice of any of our residents.
May I ask in response, what does the law say about the reasons for removal in our charter?
I don't have the charter in front of me. I'm sure you do.
I have it with me.
Of course you do.
The law, so it can't be just what we think is a good reason to recall someone because we want to give the public a voice. We have to follow the law, and the law says the conditions for removal from office are gross misconduct, malfeasance, misfeasance, nonfeasance in office, judicial declaration of incompetency, willful violation of this charter, or persistent and willful failure to abide by the rules of this council. Those are the lawful reasons to remove someone from council. It cannot be that people in the public make an observation that someone's not doing their job the way they like.
That's
We
a
have to
signing
follow the
motive.
law. It's incumbent upon us to follow the law. And that's why I'm arguing in support of giving the public the option to adopt this amendment, minor amendment in the charter. It does not change the meaning or the reasons, the lawful reasons to remove a member of council from an elected body. Member Chance.
Yeah, well, that's a signing motive to the people that did this recall. And I'm guessing they read through
That's
that.
out of order.
Well,
there's no assignment of motive.
okay, can I call the
Obvious, and
question?
we were told
Can
that
I call the
today.
question?
You may not call the question. We're in the middle of council discussion. Does anyone have something, or do you want to continue with appropriate commentary? That is extremely out of order. Member Nelson,
You sit there
failure,
and say it all the
persistent-
time. You sit there and say it all the time. That's a signing motive. That's all I said. I said something you have said probably 112 times. Why is it okay for you to
Member
say something,
Chance.
not me?
Not appropriate. You're interrupting. You're being disrespectful from the chair. And note that the charter says persistent and willful failure to abide by the rules of the council.
Well, they obviously
right
thought
here,
that you
right
guys
now.
did that. They
It's happening
obviously
right
felt
here,
like
right
you did
now.
that. They obviously felt that people did that.
They have to state that clearly in the petition. We must follow the law.
State it. Let's move on.
Let's
please.
read what is stated in the petition. I happen to have that with me, and then we'll get back
do
to
you
that
really want
in
to go
the new
into that?
business.
Do you really want to go into that? Because
Yes,
you're not the only
the
voice
reasons
here.
stated in the petition are as follows. Failure to adequately represent the interest of the citizens of the city of Mason, Ohio, and taking action during council meetings which prohibits full participation by all council members, which is a flat false lie.
And
I am
Kathy.
I am utilizing the rules.
Kathy,
the
and?
rules prevent and enable participation. You may be quiet. We do not have calls from the audience.
And you didn't finish
It is
that
the job
petition.
of the chair to enforce rules.
You didn't finish reading the petition.
Ma'am,
Oh, and history of financial irresponsibility,
Right.
which
Don't
is
you
hearsay
think-
and
don't you
gossip.
think that a
You should
council
stop.
member who has like something like
Member Nelson,
11
you're out of order.
No, I'm not out of order.
Willful and
Council should've-
persistent
this
failure
should
to
have
abide
taken-
by the
this
rules of
council
the
should have taken
council.
action against an individual who's sitting on here who has not paid their income taxes.
Mayor,
As a CPA, I see every day people struggling to pay their income
Member
taxes.
Nelson, you're
And you
out
have
of
someone
order.
here
Your
writing
comments are
laws
not germane.
and passing charters and passing laws that can't even pay their own income taxes.
Member
Council
Nelson,
should have removed.
you are out of order.
Mayor, if I may, I think Mayor Kidd had the same problem too, didn't he?
We don't know. It's not all over the internet. We don't know that. I haven't seen Kid on there. People have sent me a ton of stuff on council
Member
law.
Nelson, we're really off track. Okay,
You wanted
may
to
I?
press the petition. This is why the people
One
are
moment,
doing it.
please. Mr. Law Director, if a member is willfully and persistently failing to abide by the rules of council, is that censurable conduct?
It's only censurable based on a vote of council.
Yeah. Is willful and persistent violations of the rules of council grounds for dismissal from council?
Well, what the charter provides currently is that council may remove any member of council for gross misconduct, malfeasance, misfeasance, or nonfeasance in office, judicial declaration of incompetency, willful violation of this charter, or persistent and willful failure to abide by the rules of council. It also provides a process where you have to provide notice, have a hearing. So it is identified as one of the elements for removal for this council to remove someone from office, not for the public, for council.
Mayor, if I can jump in, I think.
I'm sorry.
Would you mind waiting and allow Councilmember Stricula?
Been really patient. I appreciate that. Thank you. So when I look at this right here, what it's referencing is the reason for recall or the reasons provided in the section of this charter, which Mayor, you read, but you left out the part where it says the council may remove, which Mr. Forbes did read. It absolutely should be more difficult for us up here to remove one of our own members. It absolutely should. We should have to go through a hearing. We should have to go through all these processes because there is such division and it's driven by the people up here. More division now, I think, than what we've seen in previous years, right? It should be difficult for us to do it, but it absolutely should not be more difficult for the people who hired us to do that. Right? We have a section in Ohio Revised Code that calls for the reasons that they should recall us. Every single one of us, all 7 of us, not just the 2 or you 2. And frankly, I find it very self-serving that you mentioned you were warned for a recall and now you decide to put this in. So I'm just saying.
That is out of order and
it's
signing motion.
It's absolutely not out of order.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say, you don't have 5 votes. It's not going to go on the ballot.
Okay.
I would like to call the question.
Okay, let me ask a rebuttal, but we'll get back to it in old and new business, which is, do you have a personal interest in it because you signed this petition?
I didn't sign this.
Member Chance signed the petition. Member Chance's wife circulated petitions. Member Nelson has been identified as helping a petition circulator go through her neighborhood.
Would you like me to answer this?
So I don't know how your comment is fair if you're saying it's self-serving for me to recommend something for the public to decide.
I'm one of 1,000, and frankly, a message needs to be sent that our conduct is not okay.
No, it's not okay.
It's not okay. And I happen to like Mr. Gill very, very much. And Mr. Honorlaw and I, Councilmember Honorlaw and I have talked a lot and have a lot in common, from our faith to his son being in the military now. But our conduct is absolutely not okay.
No, it's not.
And a message needs to be sent, and they were trying to send it, and this is not the way.
Can you help me why they identified those who follow the rules consistently? And can you identify any reason why?
No, I won't, because I didn't write the petition. You have an issue.
Okay, you signed the petition, so you must know of something.
I call the question and I believe that
You are not
end
the
of
chair.
conversation.
I am
and
going
it's
to
a vote.
decide that.
Mayor,
Law director, is that correct?
Mr.
If someone
Honor-Law
calls
has
the
been
question,
waiting. Member Nelson, you are not the chair. Member
well, you're
Honor-Law
out
has
of
been
order,
waiting.
actually, Mayor. You're out of order.
I'm looking just to get a quick comment in if I could. I feel like the rules of Robert rules for us just to talk, let's call it a family, okay? And we're going to say we're all siblings.
Is this germane to the motion on the floor?
Well, these
Okay.
are the rules that we need to follow. And some of us are following them and some don't. And we need to wait to talk and follow the rules and not talk over people. And that's really the only big issue that keeps stumbling a couple people up, that then make everybody else think that there's something wrong. But some of us know how to behave and speak and when to speak and to wait your turn. And then there's others that get upset and just want to blurt things out. And it's a self-control issue. And I'm just saying, we all need to just, maybe if we prayed before this council meeting, but let's just practice following this a little better. That would be my 2 cents to this.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comment from the dais? Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
No.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunter Law,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Chance.
No.
And the motion fails and the public will not see that on the ballot. Item 21 on the agenda, we need to address by asking for a motion to add ordinance 2020-78 to the agenda.
What is it? What is 7-8?
We just need a motion and a second.
I'll make the motion.
Did I run out of things? Oh, I did. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me. Okay, all right, so that's it. So then we are moving on. Item 21 should actually be, excuse me, committee reports. Is that correct? All right. All right, we need a report from our safety committee. Mr. Bradburn?
Yes, Safety Committee did meet. We had a meeting, obviously, as council did go ahead and pass the ordinance in regards to the pool cover safety. We had our fire chief in. Our fire chief, and part of it was driven by the fact that when we had our, what I'm going to call it, preliminary budget that we submitted to the county, there were some questions about the fire safety fund. The bottom line is Chief Brumington came in. This was going to be a project to begin in this year. Obviously, the issue with the virus has delayed us on some items here. He wants to add a third medic unit, basically because of run volume. The run volume did decrease in the beginning of the pandemic. It is now up to within 10% of where it was before the pandemic. We do have 2 backup ambulances, so we would not have to purchase a third ambulance. His recommendation is to go ahead and staff 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening with a third squad, which will be stationed at Station 52. The question came up, is there enough money there? In our finance meeting, we had a meeting with Joe Rigglesberger, and we also brought up the fact that after the first of the year, we'd probably be going 24/7 with the third medic unit. And Joe Rigglesberger's comment was he was comfortable. Okay. So it is my recommendation, or the recommendation, I think, of the committee. Josh, you were there. Have I said anything that you don't remember? Okay. Okay. So the bottom line is, it is our recommendation that we go ahead and direct the administration to and the fire chief to go ahead and put on the third unit this year, 7 in the morning, 7 in the evening. And then we will be looking to staff that 24/7 after the first of the year. Is there any objections from council to go ahead and do that? Okay. Mr. Hanson, do you have any comments?
I'd want to maybe caution the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The original intent, and I think what we'd like to do yet this year is be somewhat strategic, gather some data. And again, I missed the meeting, so I'm a little bit maybe sidelined to where the committee was. But gather some data on what type of impacts and when staffing that third medic has the best impact on response times. And then use that data. So I'd caution council maybe to direct too much on a 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. If we're able to do something, and this goes into staffing details that maybe, and I'm making something up here, which is
It may be 8 to 8 or 9 to 5 or whatever.
if we can cover the heaviest
Yeah.
times and get the most bang for the buck.
Ms. Heft, I think you were there. I think 7 to 7 was mentioned by the chief.
Yeah, he mentioned 7 to 7. He also mentioned the 24/7.
Yeah.
Where we left that was he was going to do a financial analysis of both. He also indicated that this year they were going to attempt the 7/7, but COVID kind of messed things up.
Right.
The runs dropped for a while during COVID, and they're starting to creep back up now. But he wanted some time to get them back to normal levels of response, and then take a look at the financials for both those.
One of the main things is we do not have to buy an additional squad. He's got two reserve squads, and they are both newer squads. So I guess that's the direction we're going to be heading.
For my part, maybe long story short, we're very comfortable in following that direction, doing some experimenting to see what fits best, and then coming back with some data to illustrate staffing it this way has this type of measurable impact on response times, and then growing from there.
And I might add, he indicated that one of the major demands of service is our retirement communities. That is, we've had a number of them come in. I don't think it's necessarily been, actually this need appears to have been before the pandemic. But there's more of them going up, and it is a service we provide, and it's a service that we're going to continue to provide, and we have to staff it appropriately. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Member Bradburn. I think I'll forgo the policy and legislation report. We've covered it quite a bit. Well, I'll give you just a tiny summary in case somebody is tuned in late, but we met last Friday and discussed possible charter amendments and ordinances, which we just processed here in the meeting. Some passed, some failed. All right, Finance Committee, please. Member
Yes,
Gill?
the Finance Committee met right after the Safety Committee and certainly wanted to become aware of the chief's report on his projected needs, and we discussed that. We also had discussions from Joe Riegelsberger, reviewing our financial projections and where things are at as we work through this pandemic. He reviewed our operational budget, which he assured us we're on pretty solid footing upon. And we started discussions on the city's capital budget, but he hadn't had enough time to really get a good grapple on how that might be impacted. So we're certainly going to regroup and pick up those discussions on the capital budget and how the pandemic may impact future capital needs in the city.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is.
Mayor?
Oh, yes, sir.
If I may add, I think council did go ahead and receive the July report printed out on August the 7th. What I heard from Joe Riegelsberger was we're bobbing along. It's pretty well, it's pretty good as far as what we were in fear of in the beginning, where we are now. His big concern is 2021. So right now, we're doing pretty good. We're doing well compared to a lot of other communities. So, and my hat's off to Joe and all the work he's done, and he does a good job. I don't have anything else on finance.
Thank you. Yes, we have a very, very competent and accomplished finance director. He's done a great job for us. All right, item 21 is old and new business. Does anyone have any old or new business to share? Mr. Bradburn?
Mayor, new
Bradburn?
business, I guess, new Heritage Day Parade. I have not heard anything on that. I assume we are going to not have one this year. Is that correct?
Almost rest assured there will not be a Heritage Day Parade and the typical Heritage Festival events. Even if restrictions were completely lifted, the planning timeframe just isn't there. Staff is looking at some alternate types of celebrations and hope to be able to, in the next couple of weeks, start to announce some things that we can still do with social distancing to help commemorate the typical Heritage Festival.
Member Nelson.
As I talked about in the last meeting, the CARES Act had provided funds to Ohio municipalities to help with coronavirus expenditures, and Mason received approximately $850,000. Just last month, the Ohio Office of Budget Management announced that Ohio municipalities can use the state distributions of CARES Act funding as allocated in House Bill 481 to provide grants for small businesses affected by COVID-19. Last month, the Senate GOP unveiled the Health, Economic Assistance, Liability Protection and Schools Act, also known as the HEALS Act. This act will allow the coronavirus relief funds to be used to cover revenue shortfalls if the state government distributed 25% of the CARES Act funding down to municipalities. And this will apply to Ohio since they received $1.2 billion and distributed $350 million to local governments. The HEALS Act would also provide for a second round of PPP funding. This will help the number of cities out there who need help with their funding of their general fund, since they will be able to use this money for their shortfalls. Now, as of this weekend, it's been put on hold, so not quite sure where the HEALS Act stands right now. So we'll just be kind of watching and paying attention to see where it goes. But hopefully it passes because it has some great benefits for our municipality.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Oh, Mayor, I would like to jump in if I could. So there was a lot talked about tonight, and a lot of it about me. So I wanted to just clarify a few things. One, I learned with my son going through basic training. We talked to a lot of different military people that said their advice to him was, be the gray man. So as you go through basic, you kind of want to be invisible and kind of go through the centers. That way they're not really yelling and screaming at you. You don't want to be the one that gets any attention to yourself. So just kind of go in there. So I thought that was interesting for basic training, or just even the receptions that he went through, be the gray man. I bring that up because I think it applies to politics and politicians and people that are in elected office, that there's people that are elected that are principle-based and more aligned with a certain party than others. And then there's people that are in the middle that I'll call the gray man, that kind of just go along to get along so they can keep getting reelected. And if you make a stand and let it be known that you're a conservative or that you're involved with the Republican Party, that definitely puts a target on you by the Democrats. And so I just wanted to point out that this recall that just failed had more than 2/3 signatures were Democrats. I'm very saddened to say that the 3 sitting council members either signed or worked to get the signatures, or both, to get me removed. So I think there's a history of 3 council members that have policies that are backed by the Democrats. And it's not just that, also this recall motion, but I mean, you go back to even Ordinance 43, the Democrats were 100% behind that. You go all the way back for the last 2 years, even to the marijuana issue. And so I think this is, even though they put out a Facebook page saying people over politics, this is so much politics over people. And it's just because of where I stand politically is why I'm being targeted by people that believe something totally different, and they're allowed to believe it. And I'm glad they do, and I'm glad they're active. I'm an activist, so I'm glad they're active, and I'm not saddened one way or the other of how the recall goes. I'm like, if I don't get reelected, then the city of Mason doesn't want me. I'm happy to step down and let somebody else step in. But for me, there are 4 local Democratic parties, organizations here in Mason. I don't even want to give their names, but the OPSU, the RWB, the MDDC, I think those 3, those were all totally supporting this recall unit against me and Vice Mayor Gill. The fact that these three Democratic PACs led the way for the recall, and they had the help from Ashley and Elizabeth Chance, Josh and Holly Stricula, and Diana Nelson. Once again, you find three sitting council members that are working hand in hand with the Democratic Party. I think Diana had 54 signatures for me and 46 for Mike. She walked with Ron Vogler, I think. She lives on Surrey Lane. Of those 23 houses on that lane, 13 signed the petition. Josh, 21 houses on Leela Court there, 10 of them signed. So, I mean, it's the houses where they live, they sent that petition on their streets.
Point of order, those are all Republicans, by the way, and I'm not sure how.
Or what?
They were all Republicans.
Wait a minute, Member Stricula, you need to wait to be acknowledged, even though you're calling the point of order. And let's remind, I've been working on this. We need to address one another by title or last name.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, and so the point is, all three of the council members, circulated petitions against us. It was brought up tonight, maybe even reluctantly, but about a former council member, and I know that he's good friends with council member Chance, who knows him extremely well, who knows his past. His past debt history was never an issue. And now to be able to sign something because of my past history that I'm working to overcome, and it should be done by next year. It's saddened that it's, again, politics over people, because it's only an issue because of my politics that now, because of my past debt, that's now become an issue to recall me versus somebody that was your best friend that was in office for, I think, 16 or something years, who was also mayor. There was never an issue with his past tax. So I think it's a double standard that saddens me. But I mean, that's kind of where we've fallen to, but it's politics. And it's sad that that's where we're at, but it's politics. And so I just wanted to clarify that because of the attacks coming against me. But I don't wish anybody harm. I'm not begrudging against even my current council members, and that want to remove me. I don't take it personally. Like I said, I know it's just politics. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Honorlaw. Anyone else? Okay, I prepared.
I won't even give, yeah, Mayor,
You have something. I'm sorry, I missed you. You may go.
No, there's just no reason to speak into that because never mind. It's just, that's just absurd, but it's the game, man. You guys are good at it. So
Is that all? One of the topics that keeps coming up over and over, and I'm looking for my notes on that. Forgive me for just a second. Actually, I think they're in my computer. There was the December 1st meeting that we had, our organizational meeting, and there has been a lot of commentary over the April 3rd meeting, which is the 6-minute meeting. I could go in chronological order, but it might be better to start with the 6-minute meeting. So I'm just going to pull up my notes super fast. So we had a rainy day, and I decided to transcribe the 6-minute meeting. And it took me a couple of hours because I'm slow and because there was so much interruption and so many people speaking all at once. And there have been many comments made by council members in open session and by people here in this audience today and all over social media. And I even got some nasty messages from members of the chamber and the CDC for that 6-minute meeting. Well, actually not the CDC, my apologies, the chamber. That was a different meeting from a member of the CDC, but I'll not go into that. So I don't want to read you the entire transcript, but I do want to read a quote from our law director, which happened at about 55 seconds to 2 minutes and 53 seconds. He instructs council on proper procedure according to the Mason Charter and Robert's Rules of Order. And by the way, he had given us this in writing that day in an email. Quote, as a reminder, remind council pursuant to the charter, the notice that went out for this meeting indicated one topic of discussion, and that was ordinance 2020-43. I would just remind council that pursuant to the charter, I just want to make sure we're all working on the same, under the same rules. Quote, the matters to be considered at a special meeting shall be stated in the notice required here and above, and no other matters may be considered unless this requirement is waived by a vote of not less than 5 members of the council, end quote. That's from the charter. And by the way, we did that a whole bunch of times tonight. We modeled what adding something to the agenda is like. Back to his instructions, and this is a quote. So at this point, the only thing that I'm aware of that was in the notice was the consideration of ordinance 2020-43. Before you begin with that, I would remind council that at a prior special meeting of council, ordinance 2020-43 was tabled. According to, and our meetings, operate under Robert's Rules of Order. According to Robert's Rules of Order, before something that can be discussed that was tabled, it would require a motion to bring back that item back off the table for discussion. According to Robert's rules, that motion would require a second, and it would require 4 affirmative votes in order to bring that off the table. And I would also remind you that according to Robert's rules, this is what is called a non-debatable motion, and what that means is if there is such a motion and a second, there is no debate. There's no discussion. It would go just immediately to a vote. At 2 minutes and 57 seconds, the mayor asks, quote, is there such a motion to reopen the tabled ordinance 2020-43? And we had the motion and a second, and Member Chance mentions that he says, quote, yes, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty, hold on, yes. It proceeds at 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Member Bradburn, I forgot the vote. The roll call was done.
Mayor, excuse me, this is important. Why and how?
I
waste
have the
everybody's
floor. You may
time.
not interrupt. It's not a waste of time. And please, we went over this last meeting. Member Chance mentions he's having technical difficulties. The vote of Mr. Bradburn was no, Stricula, yes, Vice Mayor Gilb, no, Member Hunter Law, no, Mayor Grossman, no, Councilmember Nelson, yes. So the motion failed. Councilmember Bradburn said at minute marker 3:48, I make a motion, we adjourn. At 3:51, Member Chance said, quote, can I hold on a second? I'm having technical difficulties here. I'm not in the meeting right now, and some other things. And I said, you're in the meeting, we can hear you and see you. Member Nelson says, we can't hear him. Can you give him a minute? Mr. Bradburn says, I can hear him. Mayor says, we can hear him and see him. Mr. Chance says, all right, perfect, good. Member Bradburn says, I make a motion to adjourn. And at this point, there's lots of interrupting going on and lots of people talking at once. Member Gilb says, I second the motion to adjourn. The mayor says, we had a motion to, and Member Nelson interrupts. I'd like to add to talk about committee reports. The mayor says, the motion takes precedence over all other motions. Is there a second to adjourn? Member Gilb, or Vice Mayor Gilb says yes. The mayor says, okay, call the roll. Member Nelson interrupts. You're not going to let us speak at all. The mayor shakes her head, call the roll. Under the rules, it's not a debatable motion. Well, actually, I put that in parentheses. That's under the rules. It's not a debatable motion. That's not an exact quote. Member Nelson says, quote, lovely. I'm so happy this is televised so that our residents can see how our elected officials are acting. The mayor says, call the roll, please. At minute 4:36, as Mr. Hanson tries to call the roll, Member Chance interrupts. Hey, can I just make a motion? I want to donate my salary for April and May to the CDC. Is that possible? Law Director Forbes interrupts. Mayor. Member Bradburn interrupts. Mr. Forbes. Mr. Hanson. Mayor Grossman? Yes for a motion to adjourn. Member Chance says no. Mr. Forbes says there's already been. Member Nelson interrupts. Let's just keep wasting our residents' time, Kathy. This is ridiculous for a leader, end quote. Member Bradburn, says Mr. Hanson. Mr. Forbes says there's been a motion to adjourn and a second. And I think the mayor asked for a roll call. There are people still talking simultaneously in no particular order. Member Chance, good job, Mayor. Good leadership. Great leadership. Member Nelson, yes, great leadership. Chance cackles. Member Hanson says, Member Bradburn. Councilmember Bradburn says yes. Member Stricula, no. Vice Mayor Gilb, yes. Chance cackles again. Mr. Hanson says Councilmember Honorlaw. Councilmember Honorlaw says yes. Mr. Chance says wow. Mr. Hanson says Mayor Grossman. I say yes. Mr. Hanson says Councilmember Nelson. She says, well, I guess we'll see you tomorrow because we're going to have another meeting. No. Mr. Hanson says, Councilmember Chance, he says, I would like to donate. If this is a time, I'd like to date my April and my May payments to them. I'd like to donate them to the CDC. Mayor says, we need a yes or a no. Mr. Bradburn says the meeting is adjourned because actually we had enough votes to adjourn. The mayor says we need a yes or no vote, please. Member Chance says, can I do that? Can I make a motion? I pay? The mayor says no. Member Chance says, why can't I? The mayor says, you need to give us a yes or a no vote on the motion on the floor, sir. Mr. Hanson says, how can I do that? Or sorry, Mr. Chance says, how can I do that, Eric? Is there a way that I could do that right now? I just want to be, the mayor says, we have a motion on the floor. Your commentary must be germane to the motion on the floor. Jeff, did we get everybody's vote on the roll call? Mr. Hanson says, Councilmember Chance has not voted, but there are 4 yes votes. Mayor says, okay, Councilmember Chance, is that a no? Yes. And I say, oop, is it a no? It's a no. And he says, no, it's a hard no. And the mayor says, all right, Jeff. And Mr. Chance says, hey, dirty politics wins again. Good job. Claps his hands, dirty politics. Member Nelson says, good job, Kathy. Good job. Good leadership. Great leadership. Member Chance says, good job, guys. Keep up the good work. Mr. Forbes says, okay, the motion to adjourn passes. At this point, the meeting's adjourned. Mr. Chance says, terrible. Member Nelson says, so could we talk amongst ourselves now? I mean, normally we would have residents that would come out. The mayor says no. Mr. Forbes says no, no, no. And the feed stops. There were 63 rules violations in 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Mostly the same things over and over again. Interrupting, interfering with a motion on the floor, interfering with a vote, breaches of decorum by assigning motive, attacking character, sarcastic comments, calling the chair by her first name with disrespect, and so on. For months, 4 members of this council have been thrown under the bus for not following the rules or practicing the rules in such a way that excludes other members. But this is the reality that we're in. And to Member Honorlaw's point, this whole recall effort is just breathtaking to me. It takes my breath away that when you have it on the public record, on camera, recorded in perpetuity, and it's so clear that if you know Robert's Rules of Decorum and you care about law and order, that you would choose to recall 2 members that never violated the rules in that meeting. And you know, as the charter says, removal by council has to do with willful and intentional repeated violations of the rules. And we have that in spades over and over and over again. Let's talk about the December 1st meeting. And Vice Mayor Gill, would you mind if I ask you a couple of questions? Okay. Well, I have a couple of questions for Member Gill, and that's out of order. December 1st is the organizational meeting of council. And on that day, a motion from the floor was made prior to the roll call, which was a mistake. That was Member Honorlaw. A motion to have Kathy Grossman chair the meeting. He jumped the gun a little bit. It normally would be made right after the roll call, according to Robert's rules, in the absence of the chair and the vice chair. Member Gilb, or Vice Mayor Gilb, you were Member Gilb at that time. Remember, I recall you clarifying when you were asked what is the purpose of that. Could you remind us what the rule says about that in the absence of the chair and the vice chair?
Sorry. Yeah, so the rule says once that council is seated, it can elect one of its members to serve as chair, and that was the purpose of that motion.
Oh, is that typical of a body under Robert's rules that in the absence of the chair and the vice chair, after the roll call?
I would say yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Forbes, would you agree? Is that typical in just a regular setting when the chair and the vice chair are absent? Would it be appropriate and in accordance to the rules for a member of the body to make a motion to appoint a chair?
Yes, that would be appropriate.
Okay. Was it not appropriate to appoint a member from the body in the absence of the chair and the vice chair on December 1st to chair the meeting? Was that a violation of the rules, in other words? I mean, I know that member Honor Law got his timing wrong, but he made the motion. Was the motion itself proper had it been at the proper time?
Correct. I mean, that's a public meeting, and in the absence of the chair or vice chair, that is an appropriate step to take.
Yeah, I think that's covered under Robert's Rules, Section 66. Well, organization of an assembly. I think it's Robert's Rules 66, if I can recall. The charter, the Mason Charter, Section 3.03, organization of council states, the council shall adopt its own rules. By such rules, regulations, and bylaws shall not be in conflict with this charter. Section 3.04 states, the mayor shall be the presiding officer of the council and shall act as the ceremonial head of the municipality. Section 3.05 states, the vice mayor shall act as the presiding officer of the council in the absence or disability of the mayor and shall exercise all the powers and duties granted to the mayor by this charter during the absence or disability of the mayor. With regard to the absence of both mayor and vice mayor, the charter is silent. However, the charter tells us to, as a council, to establish our own rules. In section 121.02 in our codified ordinances under rules of procedure, it says council meetings shall in general be conducted in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order revised. The law director shall serve as parliamentarian at meetings of council. The chair shall rule in compliance with the parliamentarian's opinion whenever the opinion is requested. And that happened on December 1st. Member Chance appropriately and rightfully asked, what is the purpose of that? He may not have known the rule. That wasn't a problem. He was polite. And I believe Member Gill answered him.
Mayor, since you brought me up, can I ask a question?
You need to wait, please. Member Nelson at that time immediately began to violate the rules, unfortunately, and assigned motive, attacked character, and had to be reminded to keep her comments germane to the motion on the floor, which the law director did. And it was okay that she may have not been in favor of the motion or had a question of the motion, that's fine. And we're all learning the rules. There's always some new situation that not all of us may be familiar with. So that was okay, but she did not do so in accordance to the rules. Eventually, the law director ruled on that as our parliamentarian, and he allowed it. He said, yeah, that's okay. That's certainly appropriate. So I'm checking my notes here. I've been told there was a precedent for an organizational meeting with no carryover of mayor or vice mayor in Mason Council's history. I'm told that many years ago, so before my time, and before our law director, Mr. Forbes' time, that occurred. And the meeting was chaired by the law director then, Mr. Schneider, until the point of the election of mayor. I don't know if the body at that time had established that to be the rule in that meeting, but that would have been appropriate if someone from the body motioned and said, I'd like to nominate the law director to chair the meeting until the election of mayor, and somebody would have seconded it, and if council agreed, that would have been fine. Otherwise, the charter doesn't assign that duty to the law director or city manager or clerk or engineer or anything. But it's certainly within the right of the will of the body to nominate that. And that didn't happen on December 1st of 2019 in that way. Pursuant to Robert's Rules of Order, rule number 66, the organization of assembly or meeting, the very first order of business after the roll call is to nominate a chairman to run the meeting. Our parliamentarian parliamentarian properly ruled on the questions raised, and we followed the rules of order for the remainder of the meeting, with the exception of some infractions primarily made by Councilmember Nelson, who committed the same violations again by assigning motive, attacking character, and making comments not germane to the discussion, in addition to arguing and refusing to cooperate with the chair when asked to stop. And those were comments about blackmail and derogatory things that just really were not appropriate for the occasion or germane, although I did invite her to discuss them at a later meeting. Does that sound about right as far as, did we follow proper procedure?
I mean, as far as this body selecting its own a member to chair the meeting until a new chair or vice chair is selected, yes, that's consistent with the rules.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever known me to intentionally violate the rules to interfere with participation?
I'm not sure that it's my place to know to speculate as to anybody's motive,
Okay.
why they do anything. So
Maybe you can help me with this. Are the rules designed to allow participation by everyone in the body, or are they designed to prohibit? I guess that depends on the situation, but are they designed so that the minority of the body has the ability to participate, and as long as the chair follows the rules?
The rules are designed to allow participation on any question properly before the body. And the rules provide for a method to end debate on any particular question and a minority or an individual cannot do that on their own. So if that answers your question, the rules are there to facilitate the discussion among the members.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Gilb, do you mind if I ask you a couple more quick questions? Okay, it's important to ask for permission to ask the question. So thank you, and bear with me. I know this is long and it's dry and it's getting late, although I think it sounds like rain out there. There was a lot of speculation made by people in this room, people on social media, including by Mrs. Bennett, that I somehow inappropriately gained the support of council, the majority of council, for the position of mayor, and that I had a heavy-handedness about me and did not follow the rules. We've established now the rules were followed. No one in council at all invited me to have a discussion about mayor, but I did the day after the election call my Vice Mayor Gilb and asked to have a discussion about mayor. And it sounds like, from what I heard on December 1st, and I went back and reviewed it this weekend, that there were many meetings about who would be mayor, but I was never included. Would that be the case?
I'm not, so certainly there was discussions with other members of council about who would be mayor, but you certainly weren't part of those discussions. Yes.
Okay.
I would agree with, yes.
Is it wrong to have private discussions about who would be mayor during that time?
Not that I would be aware of.
Is it a rules violation to have private meetings about how to get support of the mayor prior to the organizational meeting?
Sunshine Law prohibits any prearranged discussion of city business by a majority of members.
Yeah.
So anytime a majority of the members are going to talk about city business, it has to be in a public meeting.
Mm-hmm. So is the selection of mayor considered like legislation or city business?
It's the council votes on it, so that would, I think, fall squarely within the business of this body.
Okay. Okay. So I'd just like to put this to bed, put it to rest, that the rules were properly followed by most of us on December 1st, 2019 at the organizational meeting. And I understand that some people were extremely displeased that I was elected mayor on that day. I don't believe that's justification to try and upend a duly held election. And I think that all of council should regard that as sacred. There is another election coming every 2 years, but to try and create upheaval in the body is, in my view, it's an egregious act against this body and against the public. And Vice Mayor Gilb, if you don't mind me asking, and this is a delicate question, if the recall were to have succeeded, and let's say that the petitions were certified and it went on the ballot and the public voted in favor of the recall for Member Honorlaw and yourself, what would happen to the balance of power on council? I know that Mrs. Bennett actually is on a video on the internet saying it's very important to change the balance of power. What do you think that would look like?
Certainly, it would look like a different majority would be formed.
Yeah. And so
goodness gracious.
to have someone say that it was self-interested to try and clarify the rules of the charter and make exact criteria, although it's already in the charter, for a recall petition, I don't think that was self-interested at all. I think that was at the behest of the public and in the best interest of the public. And to make many, many allegations over many months and to come to council either virtually or in person and to lecture me on what an awful, on how you feel about my decision-making or how I enforce the rules, it tells me that you really don't want a mayor that enforces the rules. It tells me that you're not happy with my political philosophies and my core values. But, I was elected by not just 900 people that signed the petition, with the majority of them being Democrats. I was elected by the entire community. And I don't know how many Democrats or Republicans voted for me on election day, but you have said publicly, people in this room, and you have said it all over social media, that the real target was Mayor Grossman. And so you circulated petitions to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in our community. And you focused on two people that have followed the rules with excellence on this council, who treat people with kindness, who are consistently kind. And yet you did not think that people who repeatedly and persistently and willfully violate the rules over and over and over and over again on this council, they were just like golden. I mean, they actually helped you circulate the petitions. I mean, they're what's best for Mason, I guess, according to your logic. But I don't believe that's what is best for Mason. I don't believe it reflects the character of our community. I don't believe we have a community that is exclusive and that is mean-spirited. I don't believe that. I think we have a great community. It's a great place to work, to play, to raise a family. And had your petitions succeeded, I don't think they would have succeeded at the ballot, because you gave us the opportunity to tell a great story about the good work that these gentlemen do every day. And you gave us the opportunity to identify who you really are and what your politics are really like, and that perhaps the real motive was to change the balance of power so that people who were disappointed about not being elected mayor might have another chance. And I think that's an egregious abuse of the public. And it is not in keeping with becoming behavior of these council members or with becoming members of our community. And I will stop at that. Is there anyone with an item of old and new business? Anyone? Member Stricula?
Mayor, if I may. Just a question. You mentioned a couple of times that on April 1st, how did you say it? You proposed an extensive economic package to help all residents and businesses in Mason. When on April 1st did you do that?
I read it from prepared notes, and I know I've submitted those for public records request. They're on that. I could try to pull it up from my computer real quick. I don't have them with me.
You don't have to do that.
I read a prepared written statement.
I've got the notes from the meeting on April 1st. We went into executive session. We came out, briefly discussed. A motion to limit council debate was 5 minutes. Motion was read by title only. since we're into reading things, I'll just read this. Motion to suspend the rule. I'll save everybody all the details though. Was made. A couple of comments were made, but there's never a mention of you proposing any kind of extensive economic package on April 1st.
Okay, as you know, the clerk records our meeting in an extremely concise summary. And you know that you could easily go watch the video recording of it, and I can give you the record. Mr. Hansen has my notes. I submitted those as in response to a records request. I did say that. I said, what if we can come up with something bigger, that's broader, that's more deeply funded, and that could benefit all residents? I was uncomfortable with the idea of giving $500,000 to essentially the
I'm not
Chamber of
asking
Commerce.
about 43. I'm asking about your comment about you proposing a package on April 1st, which you did not do.
Well, I didn't have the package designed.
Not
I
proposed a
packaged.
package on April 1st.
No, I proposed the idea, sir.
Not, but you said you proposed an economic package to help all residents and businesses in Mason on April 1st. So you did not do that.
Are you saying I said package tonight?
I'm saying this is
Or I said package in the
Like
minutes?
media, you're on social media. This is directly from your page on social media.
Uh-huh.
I propose, this is a quote from you, I propose an extensive package to help all residents and businesses in Mason with the adverse effects of COVID-19 on April 1st. That's what the first thing says, on April 1st.
Okay, I would say that's also correct because I had given notes to staff and I submitted those also in the records request, but I had an idea
Prefer
of
to
what
do
we
that
wanted to try.
Not out in the open and not within council. You prefer to do that behind the scenes?
No, I didn't think that you would ever get,
Discussion from council?
oh, excuse me, sorry, I interrupted you. I don't think that you would ever have gotten 4 votes for that legislation because of the
I'm not
very
talking
nature of
about-
it.
I'm not talking about 43. I'm talking about what you said right here. So either you did or did not do it. And I know you didn't do it. And if
I'm
you
sorry, I'm not
did-
following your, and I'm not following you.
That's okay. On April 1st, 2020, I proposed an extensive economic package to help all residents and businesses in Mason. You, in fact, did not propose that on April 1st.
So I proposed the idea of it in lieu of, and I asked for time.
I don't recall.
I asked to table. It's in my written statement. I asked for time. I asked to not be ridiculed. And I asked the public and the chamber and the CDC to understand that we needed time to develop a package. And I said, I want a city-run program. So it may not be reflected in the meetings, but it certainly was the intention to develop a package. And we needed some time to collaborate with staff to find out what was possible. And you may recall that the meetings were pretty dysfunctional. So the idea of 7 people collaborating and making amendments to an extremely lengthy ordinance, it just did not seem feasible to me at that time. It seemed like the wiser choice to go to a committee.
Only the 3rd meeting, and meetings are dysfunctional based on the leadership leading the meeting.
Okay, the leadership is doing her best to enforce the rules. You may not have liked my position on that particular ordinance, but it takes a team of 7 to enforce the rules.
It has nothing to do with whether I liked or disagreed with you or not.
I think it does. I don't know. I just think we have to agree to disagree on that.
Signing motive.
You just said it has nothing to do with whether you disagree with me or not, and you're attacking my character and saying the leadership of this council was not.
I'm attacking your leadership ability within this body.
Well, what did we accomplish, Member Stricula? What did we do to help small businesses?
First, and that's my point.
Okay, well, it was impossible to accomplish something on April 1st. I don't think you're being fair or honest, frankly. You should mute your mic. Okay, any other item of
Signing motive, though.
We still have recognition of visitors.
I would like to speak, please.
Yes, you may.
I would just like to say, we need to move forward. Sitting here for hours, listening to anyone go back and, say word by word what happened at a meeting is a waste of our time, our residents' time. This is ridiculous. We have so much to do and we haven't done anything. We sit here and bicker and I'm done with it. I mean, I've got children at home that I could be with. I've got work to do. If we're not going to sit here and talk about stuff that is going to benefit our Mason, then I'm not going to sit here through it. I'm going to get up and walk out like I did last time. We need to stop as of today. We need to move forward, stop doing these Dear Diary things, move forward and start, growing Mason. So I hope as of like today, right now, let's stop this And let's just focus on what our agenda is.
Member Nelson, that reminds me that it was a violation of decorum for you to storm out of the meeting early last time. I did not say anything about it, but that's also a violation of the rules. You're not acknowledging that you have a big problem following the rules. Member Chance, you're rubbing your face. You have a big problem.
This is,
following the
yeah,
rules.
Mayor,
So,
Mayor, I honestly
in
feel
order,
sorry for you.
excuse me one moment.
I really
In order
do.
for us to move forward, we're going to have to decide as a team of 7 to follow the rules. There's got to be
Your
law
rules?
and order.
It's
No,
just
the
your
rules are
rules.
Robert's rules.
Just your rules.
Member Chance, you're characterizing, you're interrupting.
Oh, will you
The
please
rules are
stop
Robert's
that?
rules.
I mean, I'm not your first grade teacher, all right? I'm not your student.
There we go. All right.
We work together. We try to work together. And I honestly want to go on record and say, I feel sorry for you. I really do.
That's inappropriate also. And I didn't enjoy reading the transcript. I know it's painful for people to watch, but we need to make the point that
very
there is evidence on the record. If people will take the time to dig into it instead of mischaracterizing it or creating lies by omission.
Okay, so
Member
so
Chance,
using, Mayor, so using Robert's rules as a weapon, is that appropriate? Because you came in that December 1st meeting with Robert's rules numbered to what you were going to use that night as a weapon. Hey, sorry,
that is out of order.
That's what you did.
And sir,
you had it all planned out. You're talking about a majority, Mr. Gill. Did we ever meet with the majority when we were talking about the mayor?
You have to ask a question through the chair.
Well,
and you have to ask for permission to ask the question.
Mayor,
Let
can
me
you
address
ask
your
Mr.
point
Gill
about
if
using
there's
rules
ever a
as a
majority?
weapon. I'd love to address that point. You use the rules to bring peace. The rules are designed to enable participation for all in the body. Not following the rules is a weapon. You have weaponized these meetings. Your poor conduct and rules infractions make it very difficult for us to conduct our business.
Remove me from council. Please try.
Well,
do it.
We need to. Do you have anything else?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything germane?
I echo what Councilmember Nelson said.
I have one more thing. If we
Yes.
cannot move together as a council, then I think you should step down as the mayor and allow someone else on this council to take charge and move our city forward. Because this is nothing but an embarrassment to our city.
Member Nelson, I will not step down, and I am considering calling for a hearing and preparing a bill of particulars for you, especially about your persistent and willful refusal to follow the rules of the council. Let's move on to recognition of visitors, please. Is there anybody who would like to be recognized? Mr. Looker, I saw your hand first.
Mayor Grossman, I need to give some recognition to some of the city staff who has been helping on this banner program. Lisa has been helping with it. Jenna Hurley has been a wonderful asset that helps with this banner program. And Lisa, I believe you have an intern that's doing the graphic design. Is that correct? I just want to publicly recognize those individuals for the effort they're putting in to making this banner program work. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I was just going to ask, Mr. Looker, can I just ask a quick question regarding the banner? I'm so excited for these banners to be going up and all your hard work. I mean, this is all kind of falling into your hands and you got a full plate. I was wondering, how's the response been since in the last few weeks? Do you know about an idea of how many requests you have gotten since the last 2 to 3 weeks?
Probably get about 4 or 5 calls a day on the program, and numerous emails asking about how to participate, how to get involved in it. And I think it's going to go over well. Eric, I've forgotten the number of signs we can put up, but I thought it was like 1,800. Is that correct?
Number of banner poles?
Banner poles, yes.
I'd say there's more like 100, 200.
With two sides, right?
Right, right.
Okay, because I misquoted that. I apologize, but I think we're going to fill the signs up in the city, and I'm hoping that this will be something that'll be carried on after I'm long dead and gone.
Absolutely. And so you think we're on schedule to make the Veterans Day timeframe?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to be ordering the banners mid-September, and we will have them, Lisa, before November 1st, correct? So we will be up for Veterans Day.
Is there anything else you may need from council to help with this?
About $100,000 if you could send it.
All right.
No, I like you said, I'm probably the lone wolf on this. I'm running this by myself, no help from the Legion or the VFW. And it's wonderful that the staff is helping me the way they are.
Great. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Looker. Anyone else? Reminder to state your name and your address.
Joy Bennett, 1054 Willow Lane. You've repeatedly said, Mayor Grossman, that assigning motive violates the rules and attacking character violates the rules. And then you have assigned motive and attacked my character. You've said we were retaliating. You have said that we are giving reasons that are hearsay. We have ample evidence, and tonight has given us 3 more hours worth of evidence that you have taken actions that prevent people from doing the work of the council. So I guess I don't understand how you can be so blind. The optics here are terrible. Why do you keep digging yourself further into a hole? And TJ,
please,
your debt is
him,
current. Mr. Honorlaw, your debt is current. It is not past. It is a matter of public record, not hearsay. If you go to the clerk of courts for Warren County, you can find it. It is not past, and it is not hearsay. It is hypocritical for you to assign motive after criticizing everyone else.
If I am quoting you as saying your goal is to change the balance of power, is that assigning motive, or is that quoting? You need to be up there. I also framed that by saying that I was warned while we were under consideration with Ordinance 2020-43. And I was warned in writing, I was warned verbally many times that I would be removed from office.
It is called accountability. We are the voters, and we put you into your seats, and you are accountable to us. And if you don't comport yourselves, and if you don't do the business in the way that we want you to, we as the voters have the electoral process mapped out in the Ohio Revised Code to recall you. So yes, you can feel like that's a threat, but that is us saying, look, you're not doing your job. And we have this mechanism in place. So it is a check.
You're right.
And you are digging your hole deeper.
Madam, I'm not digging a hole, but when someone says, if you don't vote for this organization to receive $500,000 of public funds to be distributed by a blind or an
point of
anonymous
clarification,
election
it is not about
with sole
the
discretion.
amendment. It was not about
You'll be recalled.
It is about how you have been leading this group and how you all have been shutting things down. It is not about any particular amendment or ordinance or legislation.
Well,
it is about your behavior.
We haven't been together very long. Another item I have seen repeatedly on social media and by you that we were retabling motions. We didn't or retabling the legislation. We didn't retable either piece of legislation. Now it was asked to come off the table repeatedly, but we didn't keep tabling it. The purpose of tabling is to take it to study. We are very transparent about that. We had open meetings as a committee.
Kathy,
Invited members
Mrs. Grossman,
I invited members
this is
to
for the
email
recognition of
or
visitors.
call if
This
they
is
had
not
ideas.
your floor.
Yes,
I
it is.
am the visitor and I have the floor.
I'm responding.
And you
said,
you need to stop.
Madam,
You need to stop.
Madam,
This is my moment. You have had this entire meeting.
this is your moment.
You need to
take
listen.
your moment.
You need
ahead.
to listen.
We're listening.
The whole point is that you're not listening. You keep charging ahead with your own agenda. It doesn't matter what my politics are. This is a nonpartisan community service group. Democrats and Republicans flush the toilet the same way. We drive down the road the same way. Like, this is our city. This is our home. This should not be happening. I don't blame you, Mike Gilb, and I don't blame you, TJ Honorlaw, solely for the things that are happening. However, you have participated. You've participated in this division. You've supported behavior that is not collaborative and it is not service. You're supposed to be serving. And I don't see any of that. I do have to agree with you that the constant interruptions are not helpful either. So, but what I want you to hear, it's not about a particular ordinance, it's not about a particular moment, it's this whole pattern. It's this pattern that has unfolded from the very beginning of using the rules to try to control everything. Honestly, that's what it looks like. It looks like control, and it's failing miserably, unfortunately. Please take a step back.
Mayor, if we don't follow the rules, what do you want us to follow?
I think the rules are fine. The problem is the weaponizing of them. I have to agree that that's
How are they weaponized? Tell me. How are they weaponized? 4 people, a majority of council, tries to follow the rules.
the biggest issue is the inconsistent application of them.
Well,
So
we need to recognize the chair. Whether you like the chair or not, you have to recognize the chair.
Yes.
And you have to follow Robert's rules. You have to, and maybe there's a lack of knowledge of what Robert's rules are by some people. You know, call the motion, and it's supposed to end all debate. Okay? Simply, so, maybe some people that are sitting up here haven't followed the rules. I tried to follow the rules for over 20 years, be it 12 years in Springdale and the previous 8 years on Mason Council.
Would you agree that you can use them in a way that is not a positive, that is not conducive to discussion?
You use the rules to go ahead to hope to be able to further the community. And yes, the issue with the chamber, that bothered me deeply when it said an anonymous committee. You give us the money and we'll decide it. Bullshit. It's not going to happen that way. Not while I'm up here.
Now, is that out of order, Mayor?
It probably is.
Yeah, I apologize.
I'll deal with it.
I apologize.
I'll deal with it.
But that's wrong.
It's not anonymous. We went through that.
Thank you,
How many
Member
times do
Bradburn.
you need to hear
Member
that?
Chance, you're out of order. Please allow
Jeez,
Mr. Bradburn.
But the bottom line is, when the public money is requested by an organization, there needs to be documentation on how it's going to be spent. And it's not going to be an anonymous committee, and we'll have sole control of $500,000 of the city's money.
Again, it's not about the specific legislation.
That's a
It's not,
lie.
that's not what this is about. This is about the whole dynamic.
And if four people, a majority, if it's a majority of council says this is the way we want to do it, then we're all wrong because three people say they don't like it that way?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what you're
The
saying.
community has spoken. Do you represent, like, are you?
I represent
community?
everybody.
Okay.
Everybody, whether you voted for me or not.
Right.
And I'll listen
So-
to anybody that's got a complaint.
How do you do that? Like when you get messages, if you get a lot of messages from people in the community and they're all saying something, does that affect the way that you decide?
It may or may not, because sometimes a lot of people can be wrong.
Okay. So you don't necessarily represent what the people want.
I represent what I think the majority of the people want. Not everybody does contact a council member
How do you know what the people want then?
because I talk to neighbors. I talk to the street. You know, when this whole thing came up on the chamber issue, I could talk to a couple of business people. And the issue was they wanted a level playing field. It needed to be level.
So if you represent the people, the community, and the community has been overwhelmingly in favor of a particular thing, whatever that happens to be, does that have any relevance to the way that you vote?
It has a relevance to the decision I'll finally make, yes.
Okay.
So
Unity
the bottom
and-
line is we need to recognize the chair. You may not like the chair, and there's some things the chair
No,
does.
the bottom line is that you were elected to represent the people
And
the
I'm trying to
voters
do the
here.
best I can.
And we have communicated to all of you for the last 5 months that we want you to do things differently and treat each other differently and move in a way that looks a lot more like community service and a lot less like, don't know.
And I'm not really a matter of taking credit for, this program or that program. It was to go ahead and get the money with accountability to the businesses. And I think we did. I think we did.
Over.
Didn't we do that?
I didn't see you guys collaborating on an idea. I saw this one's
Well, no, wait.
so good.
We had
and
an
this
idea that was
one.
brought in, but a majority says, no, we don't like that. We'd rather go ahead and do this. Isn't that what happened?
The community wanted you guys to do something different and you didn't.
You know what? Maybe we've got two different communities. Because, there's no, I talked to one member, business owner, and he didn't want any support.
One person here, one person there, that's not data. We have hundreds and hundreds.
589 signatures.
You have what?
Member Chance.
589 signatures in 12 hours.
I don't want to
Okay,
belabor
we have
this
33,000
further.
residents.
I simply wanted to respond
I'm
to
talking
your
about business
accusations and your assignment of motive and just call it out that it is inconsistent. And if you want people to not do that, then you need to set the example and not do it yourself.
Mayor,
Thank you. Yes.
I had a quick question for Ms. Bennett, if I can. As we all know, you were a candidate last November for the Democratic Party and it fell short. And-
No, I was a candidate. I was not a candidate for a party.
Okay, so did you run for city council?
Yes.
Okay, so that's my,
It's a nonpartisan race.
thank you. Okay.
I am
so-
was not associated with the party. I ran as Joy Bennett for Mason.
Okay, well, you had the support of them. So
Some of them, and I had
Right.
support of Republicans too.
that's fine. That's not the point. The point I was making was, so you're here, you're active now. You're probably going to run again. Can you tell us, because Mike and I are up for re-election next year, which means you'd be running against us. Can you tell us, are you going to be running against?
I don't know. And I'll be really honest and candid with you this year with all of the unpredictable nature of it and the fact that I have children who are teens. It means that the calculus changes constantly. And so I don't know. And I'm sorry that I'm getting emotional.
Okay, I just
I
thought that
I
might.
can't tell you that. I will have to decide it at a later date once we see how
thank
the
you.
school year goes and all of that, because my family comes first.
That's good.
Just
Yes,
address
you may.
One point. So as I understand our form of government, it's a representative form of government, a Republican form of government, where we are each elected by the electorate, and we are each committed to representing the electorate that elected us to be here. But we're a Republican form of government in that it's not mob rule. It's us having to go into ourselves, look at legislation, and decide whether that is legislation that is good or bad for the community, and that we are elected to stand on those kind of principles. So certainly hearing from 600 people that they want us to do something, that's certainly an important factor to take into consideration. But we're not a mob rule community.
Meaning majority, meaning like 51%. Is that what you mean by mob rule?
Yeah, meaning
Because
that,
mob kind of could mean mafia. I don't think we've got that here.
yeah, meaning that, yeah, like if the room's full of 500 people screaming at us to do something, it's our job as an elected representative to really say what's best for the community.
But it's still a representative form of government.
But that's why we're here that's why we were elected, to internalize and say what's right for Mason,
Mhm.
and not just to be overrun by 500 people that want us to do something. I mean, there may be 500 people that want us to do something else. So I think to understand our form of government, we're elected to do what we think is the right thing to do. And that may not always be what a certain group of people want us to do. So I'll just leave it there.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
We're a democratic republic.
Correct.
And we have a representative form of government. So I recognize that there is some wisdom that you bring, but there is also the representation part. And so how do you, I mean, it wasn't just a few hundred here and a few hundred there. Like the numbers are pretty significant, especially if you think about how many people vote on municipal elections. So that the percentages start to get significant. And I'm just curious, how do you accurately represent your community when you're hearing so much that's saying something else?
Because I think when you run your election, you put out there what your philosophy is, what your principles are, and people vote for you to do that in this position, to stand on those principles, to stand on that philosophy, and to do what's right for the community. So there may be 600 people that come and say, do this. There may be 600 people that come and say, do that. But our job, I think, is to do what we told the public we were going to do when we ran for office. And that's why I believe we were elected to serve. I certainly was offended by the recall. I don't know what I did that resulted in any need for me to be recalled. I don't think I violated any of the rules. I don't think I did anything that should result in my recall. I certainly filed a protest with the Board of Elections against it, but I think my job is to do what I told people I was going to do when I ran for office. I don't know if you have any response to that. I've tried to do what I told people I was going to do when I ran for office, and that's why they elected me.
Is there room for that to change?
Please.
We're in a situation no one's been in that's alive today. So
Certainly.
Is there room for there to be change? Like when your community's saying, whoa, this is
certainly.
Your interpretation isn't actually working right now?
Yeah, certainly there's opportunity to change, but so as we looked at legislation to give away $500,000, was that right? You know, we certainly created a bigger package, a better deal for the community that I thought was the right thing to do. And I think the majority supported that. So that's where we went. And I'm sorry it went that way, but that's the representative form of government that we've chosen to live by.
Thank you, Mike.
Ms. Bennett, if I could just gently add, you know, we saw the petitions, we listened to the chamber. we were listening to small business owners. We were watching the news. We were doing everything we could to discern what was best. And I raised specific reservations during that time, and we tried to navigate. But the way I saw it was going to be a pass or fail initiative unless we developed something else that the majority of council could be comfortable with, which was a city-run program. And the vast majority of jurisdictions are not doing anything and not doing anything like this. And so I feel like you're missing that we did pivot, we did listen, we did respond. And, you know, we created something that was similar but very different and city run, but it still helped. Over 100 businesses have been helped. Almost 100, I think around $100,000 of e-gift cards has already been cashed in. We kind of created our own Mason currency to help stimulate those businesses. So it's been hard. You know, I didn't mean to seem hypocritical. I didn't mean to offend you by assigning motive, but yet I'm hearing that over and over again from you to me. And I felt like I worked so hard under a lot of pressure to find a pathway. And yes, I proposed it on April 1st. It was a hard decision. A friend of mine that I really respect, he said, you know, you should have just gone along with it. It wasn't worth all the heartache. I was tempted. I laid awake in bed many a nights wondering what the best decision was. And I ultimately had to decide it wasn't my $500,000 to give for my own political comfort or convenience. It was a really, really hard process to go through. And I think you guys are missing that. And we're not getting credit for navigating something that was hard and finding a solution. It wasn't the solution that you wanted. It wasn't the solution that some on this council wanted, but it was something. We got it done as quickly as we could under a lot of pressure. And, you know, we did our best. And like Vice Mayor Gilb said, you know, we have to discern, but we also have to stay true to our guiding principles while we're doing it. And I think we accomplished that. I think we have a program that the city can be proud of with a lot of collaboration with staff and, you know, and community, getting feedback from business owners. A lot of business owners told me too, a level playing field. And even though it would have been great to say, okay, we'll give $500,000 to the Chamber of Commerce, many in our community would see that as inappropriate and not a level playing field, not honoring 14th Amendment, equal protection. So it's so hard to navigate all of that. I hope that helps. And I appreciate everyone's comments today. Is there someone else that has anything to add?
Can I just
Yes, sure.
ask if you would be willing to rescind accusing us of willy-nilly trying to recall people? I think the process that's mapped out is difficult. It's not something you do willy-nilly.
Yes, I apologize for saying willy-nilly. And I know you worked hard. I know you guys walked the streets and had drive-through petition events, and you really promoted it on social media. I know you worked hard. That was tough.
And I think that should say something.
It does.
And that's really why people participated, that they did not feel heard by you. And so maybe there's something you can do, a new way, a new angle, a new approach, because it's not getting through.
Thank you. I've been given a note that we have an online participant in our queue. Is that still the case?
Yes, Mayor. Laura Contreras would like to address council.
Thank you.
If you'd like to address council, go right ahead.
Good night. I hope that you can hear. This is Jose Maria Contreras.
Address.
4618 Braid Lane. I would just like to share my huge disappointment from what I've just witnessed tonight. I am appalled of what I've seen, from my leadership in the city that I live and love. This is a very unfortunate example of how our Mason leadership is flawed. And some people, mayor, use the tools at their disposal for their own benefit and power rushes. because that's what was demonstrated to me tonight. Mayor, you talk about the rules and law, and I think you're the first to exemplify some of these power rushes and not following some of these. And when you try to enforce them, they're trying to enforce them to your benefit and to your own benefit. You're claiming in many instances that you're doing things for the people. You're saying in one instance, one resolution passed by clarifying some of the residency timings, for example, and as a benefit and something that you did, and you responded very quickly to the petition for the people, when it seems very clear it was another attempt for a power grab and to block something that was threatening potential election of somebody that was coming in strong, that was having a good chance of being elected. So you're setting an additional barrier for people to come and to have a fair election. A council member has just called you for being untruthful with one of your statements here, and you were not able to justify that or accept that you were wrong and that you were not being truthful. And your response to any questioning from your council is out of order and out of order and out of order. That is not leadership. That is a lack of leadership and a lack of willingness to hear what the other people have to say. I think you and your antics are the cause for the interruptions that you complain about. You took, I don't know how much time of this meeting to try to establish a case for these interruptions. And I think the lack of leadership that you're demonstrating is part of this, and is unfortunately hindering the action from this council, as some of them mentioned, and to take action and really further and develop Mason. Just now, a few minutes ago, we had a prime example of how you do this and how you treat your members differently. When Council Member Rajo was saying expletives, and you didn't say anything until Council Member Chance raised his hand and tried to call it that. You didn't say anything. That is a clear favoritism in your behavior there. So I just want to say a change is needed, whether within this council or as intended by the petition, but something needs to change. And I am extremely disappointed in this leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras. Is there anyone else? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Is there someone else waiting in the queue? Mr. Garvin, could you give us one moment? There was someone else in the queue I didn't realize.
I'm sorry, I have Jordan Arnold. Mr. Arnold, if you'd like to address council, go ahead. You might be on mute.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This evening, there were some questions asked. Do you represent the community? This came up over and over again. And there were many accusations that some of the members on council don't represent the community, despite the fact that they were duly elected. Unfortunately, this has become a common thread through our society. This evening, I represented the truths of the community as I know them. Mason is a welcoming place, a good place for minorities to live and to work. But we also saw another spirit, a spirit of a small and bitter community that does not welcome people, and that certainly does not celebrate the members of council. 40 years ago, as I'm told by members of the people who the church that I've known for many years, Mason was considered a shutdown town or a sundown town. For those of you who don't know what this means, it is one defined by lynching, a shocking spirit for Mason, and something that I don't think is true of us. But Black people from the city often felt that when the sun went down, if you were a Black man, you were relegated to a state of fear, and that you couldn't appear on the streets without being threatened for lynching or some sort of horrible crime, or being driven out of town by horrible fears. It's a nightmare that I have sometimes, though I know my town not to be real, not to be a really racist place. Especially in these times, I see the frightful depictions of Black men hunted down by the city forces or the forces of the state or by other forces, and it's frightening. I'd like to think that these fears were unfounded back then, but who knows? The truth is, my support of one candidate must not be based on race, and that's true of everyone. Tonight, there were many things spoken, which I felt like the implication was that because a particular candidate was of a particular race, that I must support them. And that's not the fact. I support Black candidates because they're worthy of support. I was a Herman Cain delegate. You can check the local election records. And I would very much support an Indian candidate here in Mason. I want that to happen, and I'm working to bring such a person to the forefront. This week, Catholics are going to come up on the feast of Saint Augustine. He's famous for failing for many years at holiness, and I hope the council will forgive the sins against me. And I will say also that I probably wouldn't vote for myself just because I'm Black, less someone else just because they were another race. We all fall short, and I hold those of you who are on council to a high standard. In a lot of ways, I think that you all meet that standard. And for that, members Strecula, members Chance, members Nelson, Mayor, Mr. Honorlaw, and also Mr. Gilb, Mr. Bradburn, I think you all are doing many things that are above and beyond, and I respect you all for that. The question of equal protection, though, it means that I'm as entitled as anyone to form a chamber. If a minority group formed a chamber, this means that we must too be included, and we must too be funded in the same way that you fund the majority council, the majority chamber rather. I love all of you. It took me a moment this evening, and I prayed a rosary for all of you. I'm the only Black male in the process tonight, and let my comments stand alone. I want all of you to everybody around the world who might hear this, move to Mason. If you're considering the Cincinnati region, Mason's the place. Whatsoever your race, whatsoever your religion, Mason's the great place to be. I really believe that, and I know that all of council does too. So a big bless to all of you this evening. I hope that we can all move forward this evening without having racist tropes or any of that. And I think that that's where I'm at. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Mr. Garvin.
It's late. I'm not gonna be very long here. At least I have no intention of being. Vice Mayor Gilb, I want to thank you for your dialogue with Ms. Bennett before. That was an example, I think, that we're all hoping for, of understanding and conversation and a dialogue that the way I think it should be done. And so I want to applaud you for that effort. A couple of times I heard tonight, and most recently from Councilmember Bradburn, that there's 3 members who are constantly in violation of the rules. I'd ask you to rephrase that, because I can understand that Ms. Nelson and Mr. Chance speak out from time to time because of their emotion, but I'm hard pressed of every council member and meeting I've seen to hold Councilmember Stricula in that same group. So to say that he acts out and goes against the rules of this chamber, I think is misplaced. So I would ask that you would rethink that consideration. I may have heard that twice tonight, but I certainly haven't seen that from Councilmember Stricula. This is ending on a little bit of a better note, and I don't want to take away too much from this, but Mayor Grossman, the last couple of meetings now where you've got a prepared statement that is lengthy, verbose, and just really self-serving, I'll ask you, hopefully, that you don't do that anymore. That served like a filibuster. I think it really just went on and on and on, and I'm not sure for what purpose that does for the council, or, as Mr. Arnold just put, for the great city of Mason. I don't think that helped anybody anywhere And I'm not sure even what it was supposed to accomplish. And in fact, to Ms. Bennett's point, it infuriated me listening to that, because I sat up here last month where you impugned motive on me, attacked my character, said things about me that weren't true. And yet you're holding other council members. I'm just a member of the public. I mean, you call me a politician, I'm not, but you called me from that very seat that I'm a politician, did also online and social media, but I'm not. And you've attacked and assigned motive to me, but you want your other council members here to treat you at a higher level than you will to someone just a member of the public speaking. So, to hear that it does get infuriating if you want to hold rules for everyone else and then to listen to the interruptions and the things you do there. I think we could all be a little bit more peaceful and understanding. I think in using Vice Mayor Gilbs, the way he just handled that conversation could be done a lot more in that same level. And finally, Councilmember Honorlaw, I'm a lifelong Republican. I signed those. Unapologetically that I signed them. I probably agree with you politically on a lot of things. I am Republican. My issue, even going back to 43 and 46, was not the substance of it. I would have been okay if you guys said, hey, listen, we're not going to do this. We don't think it's the right thing. Here's why. I felt the process and how you guys handled it. And again, and what I felt was a really self-serving way of trying to, well, I won't get into, I don't know what the motives were, but the actions of what I saw, I think were disingenuous. And then to see the kind of what I thought the shenanigans of let's table this, let's do this and do those things, I think it makes, and I've said this before, but especially a couple of you seem to be just puppets to do what the mayor would like. And I mean, to that point, you haven't seen a vote anywhere that you guys have ever disagreed. It's almost impossible not to disagree with someone, but to align your votes continually all the time is troubling. So that's my piece for tonight. So for whatever that's worth for you guys. Thanks.
Hey, thank you. Unfortunately, we did not agree on the fireworks. I wanted 4th of July fireworks and a few other people did, but the so-called Gang of Four did not agree. And we didn't agree on some things tonight, and it went fine.
Mayor.
So, I don't know. I don't really have a further response, but, we don't always agree, but when we work within the rules, which we are bound by, not you so much, but which we are bound by, things go much more smoothly. Okay, I see someone else. Please come on up, state your name and address.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Mark Hackey. I reside at 3620 Dunlop Court. You've probably seen my name recently. I'm coming out of the shadows a little bit here. Intentionally did not want to incur the wrath of certain individuals, but I feel it's necessary for me to speak tonight. One, like Mr. Garvin, I want to thank you for your dialogue with Ms. Bennett. That is what we're asking for. That is what we want to see happen. This recall was a very much joint effort of people of all beliefs, of all political persuasions, of all religious persuasions. All we want is for you guys to do your jobs and work together. It felt like I was in a 12th grade or 12-year-old cafeteria watching all the fireworks going on between everybody. It's not productive. It doesn't help the city of Mason. It doesn't get the work done. It doesn't get things happening. I am a Republican, and I was a big factor in this. It is nothing personal against either of you. Mr. Gilb, we've met a few times. I think you're a great guy. Mr. Honorlaw, we've met. I think you're a very nice guy. But I don't feel like you were doing your jobs up here to try to work as a team. You guys are a team of 7 with an entire amazing faculty, staff, whatever you want to call them, at your disposal to do amazing things for our amazing community. I have never wanted to get involved in this kind of stuff. This is not my world. I don't want to be a part of this world, but I felt compelled by what I was seeing. I had to act. And as you saw, a lot of people supported it. You needed to hear what we had to say, and you weren't hearing it. At least we didn't feel you were hearing it. This was our only mechanism. It was the proper mechanism, whether you agree with it or not. Just as you guys have said all night long, just because you didn't agree with 2020-43, you're coming after us. That's not the case. It had, I won't say nothing to do with 2020-43. It was how you manipulated the system, how you used the rules against each other to force what you're trying to do. That's not what we need. That's not leadership. That is not doing the business of the city of Mason. I spent 20 years in the military. I know what it takes to bring a team together. You don't have to agree. If all you had done is say, look, we don't agree, let's find a better way to do this together, we wouldn't be standing here now. You guys would be home with your families because we wouldn't be having all this dialogue. All you have to do is work together. That's the message we were trying to get to you that nobody was hearing. I hope you've heard what we said. Because if you hadn't, we're going to be here again. That's not a threat. That is just the reality of it. You need to do your jobs and you need to do it together so that we can get on with our lives and you can get on with yours. And then we don't have to do this ridiculous nonsense. Please just work together. That's all we want. Thank you.
Jackie, could I ask you a question? So I think what's been lost in the noise of all this is the good that we did ultimately do in terms of providing relief to small business in Mason. And would you agree with that?
What I don't agree with is the speed at which you did it.
Okay.
And the mechanisms with which you did what you did.
And I appreciate that. And certainly on April 13th, we tried to say to the chamber, go out and get some money out in the community quickly to get that done. That didn't happen, didn't materialize because of the ongoing debate, I feel, over whether we were going to give them $500,000. And, but I think in the end, we came up with some good legislation. We provided some good relief to Mason small businesses, certainly more relief than any other municipality, I would say, in the state of Ohio. And I think that was lost. That message got lost in this whole process, and that's a shame.
It's been lost because of a lot of things, Mr. Gill. A lot of things, not just what we were doing.
Certainly deliver the message that we did a tremendous service to the small businesses in Mason. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor, I need to
Yes.
apologize to this body and the public for overexpressing myself earlier.
Thank you. Apology accepted. Yes, we should avoid certain words, profanity. And I know it's hard sometimes when you get it all, when we get wound up. It happens to the best of us. But anyway, well, I think a motion to adjourn is in order. Does anybody want to make that?
Second.
Thank you. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Chance.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn.
Oh, yeah, I've been enjoying this. Yes.
Member Stricula.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb.
Yes.
Councilmember Hunter Law.
Yes.
Mayor Grossman.
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yes.